Assalamu alaikum. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am glad to see you again today. We'll continue our conference. We began it yesterday, and today we'll continue this conference. We are glad to meet you again on this occasion of FLTAL conference of the committee, FLTAL committee. This is annual conference, and today from 10 a.m. until 11:45, we have here keynotes of 3 keynotes, and the first keynote is by Zahid Jumaniyazov from Urgen State University, and we'll be glad to hear your lecture. Zahid Jumaniyazov, are you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, the participants of this conference and the chairman. First of all, I must say that I am very pleased to be attending this prestigious conference. I wish you success in the work of the conference. If you allow me to introduce you to my presentation. My presentation will be in Uzbek. My colleague will help translate into English. Because I am a German language specialist, I know that many people don't understand German.
Okay, that will be great.
Thank you. Aybek nane demonstrasyonu. Oh. Göründü mü? Demek bizim mavzumuz turli tizimli nakardaş tillerde İngilizce özleşmeler, neologizm terminler sifatida deb nomlanadi.
So our topic is called the mutual relations between the languages which are not related to each other, and also borrowings and neologisms in these languages.
Hamma biladi, neologizm bu albatta tilda paydo bo'lgan yangi so'zlar yoki yasalgan so'zlar yoki o'zlashgan so'zlar. Shuning uchun bizlar bu yerda o'zlashma, neologizm terminlar degan tushuncha haqida gapiramiz.
I hope everybody knows that neologism is the word which is newly started being used in a language, so such as borrowings or the words which are borrowed from other languages. So in this topic we refer to them as neologisms or borrowed words.
Chunki so'nggi davrlarda o'sha ingliz tilini o'sha dunyoda o'zaro muloqot tili, savdo tili, biznes tili sifatida rivojlanib borishi turli xil nokardosh tillarga ta'siri kuchaydi va ularning tilini boyitdi.
Well, in recent years, the popularity of English as the language of business and commerce and in different spheres has increased the relations between the languages which are not related to each other. So English has an influence in lots of languages all around the world.
Biz bu yerda nokardosh tillar deganda 3 ta til, nemis tili, o'sha roman german tillari guruhiga kiruvchi, rus tili, slavian tillari guruhiga va o'zbek tili, turkiy tillar oilasiga kiruvchi 3 ta o'sha nokardosh bo'lgan tillarni obyekt sifatida oldik.
When we refer to the languages which are not related to each other, we are talking about German language, which belongs to Roman German language family, and Russian language, which is Slavic language, and Uzbek language, which belongs to Turkic family.
Ma'lumki azaldan o'sha turli qardosh va noqardosh bo'lgan tillar o'rtasida o'zaro manfaatli diplomatik munosabatlar faollash natijasida tillar taraqqiyotining hozirgi davrida ularning leksikasida muayyan o'zgarishlarni keltirib chiqara boshlagani barchamizga ma'lum.
It is known to all of us that as a result of the activation of mutually beneficial diplomatic relations between languages that have been different from time immemorial, the development of languages has started to cause certain changes in their lexicon.
Zira jamiyat uchun yangi voqea va hodisalar, iqtisodiy siyosiy o'zgarishlar, globallashuv jarayoni, ijtimoiy madaniy rivojlanish, axborot almashinuvining tezlashuvi, turli xil sohalarga xizmat ko'rsatishi mumkin bo'lgan til leksikonini kengaytirish va ma'lum darajada o'zgartirishni talab qiladi.
Because new events for the society, economic and political changes, globalization process, socio-cultural development, acceleration of information exchange require expanding and to some extent changing the language lexicon that can serve various fields.
Turli tizimli tillarning o'zaro aloqalari, bir-biriga ta'siri hamda bir-birini boyitish jarayonida o'rganish esa bugungi tilshunoslik fanining o'ziga xos masalalaridan biri bo'lib qolmoqda.
Studying the interaction of different systematic languages, their influence on each other, and the process of enriching each other remains one of the unique issue of today's linguistic science.
Bunga biz 20-asrning oxiri, 21-asrning boshlarida inglizcha so'zlarning nemis, rus va o'zbek tillariga kirib kelishini misol qilib aytishimiz mumkin.
As an example, we can say that English words entered the German, Russian, and Uzbek language at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of 21st century.
Tildagi yangilanishning faol amalga oshish jarayoni bu avvalambor diplomatik munosabatlar vositasida sodir bo'ladi.
The process of active implementation of the renewal of the language takes place mainly through the sphere of diplomacy.
Nainki diplomatiya bugungi kunda davlatlar o'rtasida global va mintaqa muammolar va munosabatlarni tartibga solish, davlatlar milliy manfaatlarini maksimal darajada himoya qilish hamda o'zaro madaniy, ma'rifiy, savdo-sotiq va bozor munosabatlarida juda katta ahamiyatga egadir.
Today, diplomacy is of great importance in regulating global and regional problems and relations between states and protecting the national interests of states to the maximum extent.
Bu esa tillar aro so'zlar o'zlashishiga va tilda yangi o'zlashma neologizmlar paydo bo'lishiga zamin yaratadi.
This situation testifies to the extreme urgency of researching the situation of the dictionaries of diplomatic terms at the same time and studying the issues of their enrichment and development at the expense of neologisms.
Ushbu holat esa mavjud lug'atlarning ayni davrdagi holatini tadqiq qilish va ularni o'zlashma neologizmlar hisobiga boyitish, rivojlantirish masalalarini o'rganishning nihoyatda dolzarbligidan dalolat beradi.
So it's a proof, it's an evidence for the importance of studying these neologisms as they enrich the dictionary of these languages.
Shuni ta'kidlab aytish joizki, ba'zi inglizcha leksiklarni tadqiq qilinayotgan, ya'ni nemis, rus, o'zbek tillariga neologizm sifatida o'zlash jarayonini quyidagicha tasnif qilish maqsadga muvofiq deb o'ylaymiz.
It should be emphasized here that we think it's appropriate to classify the process of borrowing of some English lexical units into the languages under study. As we mentioned, these are German, Russian, and Uzbek languages.
Shunday o'zlashmalar borki, bular ingliz tilidan nemis, rus, o'zbek tillariga kirib kelgan va uning lug'atlarida qayd qilingan. Jumladan speaker, meeting, interpol, broker, match va kaza so'zlarni bizlar bunga misol tariqasida keltirishimiz mumkin.
So there are neologisms that entered German, Russian, and Uzbek languages from English and were recorded in their dictionaries. So, for example, speaker, meeting, interpol, broker, match, etc.
İngiliz tilidan ikkinchi klassifikatsiya bo'yicha ingliz tilidan nemis, rus, o'zbek tillariga kirib kelib, faqatgina nemis va rus tillar lug'atlarida qayd qilingan neologizmlar. Demak, bular o'sha nimada yo'q. O'zbek til lug'atlarida qayd qilinmagan. Bular masalan franchising, drifter, dripper, PR, roaming, navigator va kaza.
Well, in the second category, we have the neologisms that entered German, Russian, and Uzbek languages from English, but not recorded in Uzbek dictionaries. They are only available in German and Russian dictionaries, such as franchising, drifter, dripper, PR, roaming, navigator.
Kengisi İngiliz tilden nemis, rus, o'zbek tillariga kirib kelgan va faqatgina bular nemis til lug'atlarida qayd qilingan neologizmlar. Bu degani bular rus, o'zbek tillaridan mavjud, faqat lug'atlarda qayd qilinmagan. Bu so'zlar masalan online, offline, Wi-Fi, shu smiley nemischasi der yoki das smiley shaklida, rus tiliga smiley shaklida o'tgan, fake va hokazolar.
In the third category, we are going to talk about words that entered all German, Russian, and Uzbek languages, but can only be found in German dictionaries. That means they cannot be found. They are not available in Russian and Uzbek dictionaries. They are online, offline, Wi-Fi, Smile, and okay, so in German with the articles der or das, smiley, and fake, etc.
Yani bitta narsani aytish kerak, bu yerda rus, o'zbek tillarida og'zaki so'zlashuv tilida ham mavjud bo'ladi. Qolaversa, o'sha elektron lug'atlarda, Wikipediyada bu so'zlarni uchratish mumkin.
It's important to mention that these words are available in both spoken and written languages, and also we can find them in sources like Wikipedia, but they are not available in Uzbek or Russian dictionaries.
Kengisi demak ingliz tilidan nemis va rus tillariga kirib kelgan va har ikkala til lug'atlarida qayd qilingan neologizmlar.
The next, there are neologisms that entered German and Russian languages from English and were recorded in both dictionaries of both languages.
Demak o'sha bular faqat nemis va rus tilida uchraydi. Demak goalkeeper, dress code shunga o'xshagan, lekin o'sha bu so'zlar ayniqsa dress code o'zbek tilida so'zlash tilida uchraydi. Ba'zi matbuotlardan uchraydi, lekin lug'atlarda qayd qilinmagan.
These words are available in German and Russian languages, both in dictionaries as well, but they are used sometimes only in spoken language in Uzbek language, so such as goalkeeper or dress code. Dress code is the word which is available in spoken language, and sometimes we can find them in mass media as well, but they are not available in dictionaries.
Kengisi ingliz tilidan rus, o'zbek tillariga kirib kelgan, biroq lug'atlarda qayd qilinmagan so'zlar deb oldik. Bu yerda faqat bizlar bitta so'zni qayd qildik. Hozircha topganimiz shu izlanishlar natijasida. Bu Xerox. Lekin bu so'z ham elektron lug'atlarda mavjud.
So next we are going to talk about words that entered the Russian and Uzbek languages from English, but were not recorded in dictionary. So here we could find only one example. So this is Xerox, but this word can be found in some electronic dictionaries.
Kengisi ingliz tilidan faqat rus tiliga kirib kelgan neologizmlar. Demak, bular bu so'zlar faqat rus tilida uchraydi. Bu masalan privacy yoki primaries degan so'zlar.
Next, we're going to talk about the words that entered only Russian language from English language. These are privacy and primaries.
İngiliz tilidan faqatgina nemis tiliga kirib kelgan neologizmlarni qayd qilishingiz mumkin. Bular masalan download, street food, darknet, kicker, handy va kazo.
Next, we are going to discuss the words that entered only German language. Okay, so they are download, street food, darknet, kicker, and handy.
Kengis har uch tilda ham faol qo'llanayotgan so'zlar bular, biroq ruscha va o'zbekcha lug'atlarda qayd qilinmagan neologizmlar. Demak, bular o'zlashma neologizmlar. Bular o'sha nemis tilida lug'atlarda bor, lekin ruscha o'zbekcha lug'atlarda qayd qilinmagan. Masalan, screenshot, selfie, zoom, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter bizning elektron lug'atlarimizda bor Wikipediyada. Lekin bizlar ham kundalik o'sha so'zlashuv tilida ham juda faol qo'llaymiz buni hozir ham. Lekin afsuski o'sha bizni izohli lug'atimizda bu so'zlar hali qayd qilinmagan.
The next, the words which are actively used in all three languages on a daily basis in, well, daily conversations in all three languages. They are screenshot, selfie, Zoom, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter. These words cannot be found in definition dictionaries of Uzbek language, for example, but we can find them in electronic dictionaries and also in sources like Wikipedia. But unfortunately, we cannot find them in our definition dictionaries.
Kengisi demak o'sha har uchala tildan faol qo'llanilayotgan, biroq o'sha har uchala tilda ham yo'q lug'atlarda. Demak, bular Nemis, o'sha rus va o'zbek tili lug'atlarida qayd qilinmagan, lekin bor. Bo'lgan bu yerdan bitta so'zimizni qayd qildik, hozir dreamliner degan so'z lug'atlarda yo'q. Lekin o'sha so'zlashuv tilida bor, matbuot tilida bor.
So the next neologisms that are actively used in all three languages but are not recorded in the dictionaries of all three languages. No German, no Russian, or no Uzbek dictionaries, we cannot find these words. So, for example, dreamliner.
Demek keyingisi shunday bir qiziqarli holat, demak o'sha inglizcha so'zlar nemis tiliga masalan o'zlashgan, lekin ular bu yerda o'sha fe'l shakliga o'zgarganlar, fe'llashgan. Nemis tilida fe'lning infinitiv shakli oxiri n qo'shimchasini olgan. Albatta o'sha inglizcha so'zlar shunga moslashgan. Masalan, o'sha Twitter'ın, surfing, download'ın, scan'ın, Skype'ın, WhatsApp'ın, cancel'ın, Google'ın, freestyle, hate'ın, to try'ın, shop'ın, to save'ın, move'ın, upgrade'ın, smoke'ın, mail ve kaza. Demek bu sözler bevosita İngilizce sözler, lekin nemis tilida o'sha kirib kelgan va nemis tilida fe'llashgan va ularni lug'atlarida mazkur fe'llar bevosita elektron lug'atlardan uchraydi.
The next category is really interesting because after being borrowed from English, these words will have been modified in German language. So in German language, the infinitive form of the verb takes the n suffix. So these words which are borrowed from English get this n suffix and became German verbs, and they are recorded in German dictionaries. For example, Twitter, Twitter'ın, surf, surf'ın, download, download'ın, scan, scan'ın, Skype, Skype'ın, WhatsApp, WhatsApp'ın, cancel, cancel'ın, Google, Google'ın, freestyle'ın, hate'ın, try'ın, shop'ın, save'ın, wegmov'ın, upgrade'ın, smoke'ın, and mail'ın.
Endi keyingisi albatta bu inglizcha so'zlar bevosita rus tiliga ham kirib kelib, rus tilidan fe'llashgan. Masalan, o'sha hypeovat, scanировать, Google yoki shemit shaklida va kaza.
The next category is about the neologisms that were borrowed from English to Russian, and well, they were changed into Russian language, and they took the form of a Russian verb. For example, the verb hype in English, in Russian, it became hypovat, or the verb scan, it became scanировать in Russian language, or the verb to Google became googlit, or shame, the word shame became shamed in Russian language.
Albatta savol tug'iladi, bu so'zlar o'zbek tilida qanday? Albatta so'zlarning ham ko'pchiligi o'zbek tilidan kirib keldi, bevosita so'zlashuv tilimizda uchraydi, lekin bular fe'l shaklida emas, balki so'z birikmasi shaklida uchrashi mumkin. Masalan, Google Translate qildim misol uchun, yoki shunga o'xshagan o'sha nima deydi, WhatsAppda gaplashdim yoki Telegramda yozdim, yoki update qildim, masalan shunga o'xshagan holatlar, freestyle'da uchdim misol uchun, Twitterda yozdim. Shu shakllarda uchraydi va bu so'zlar bizga ham kirib kelgan, albatta so'zlashuv tilimizda faol so'zlar.
There can be a question about whether these words are available in Uzbek language. So the answer is yes, but not in a verb form. Instead, we use these words in a daily conversation with word combinations. For example, some people say, I did Google Translate, or some people say, I did update, or they may say, I talked on WhatsApp, or I talked on Twitter. All right, so with this, people use these words in daily conversation as a word combination, but they are not available in dictionaries.
Endi o'sha o'zlashma neologizmlarni tadqiq qilinayotgan tillarga kirib kelishini zamon va makon nuqtai nazaridan ham ikkiga bo'lib o'rganish mumkin.
We can also learn the neologisms that come into the languages in two ways, in two groups, in terms of time and space.
Birinchisi, bir vaqtning o'zida biron bir tarixiy voqea natijasida uchala tilga ham kirib kelgan neologizmlar.
First category is about the neologisms that entered all three languages at the same time as a result of some historical event.
Masalan, terrorizm so'zi bu baribir o'zbek tilida va rus, nemis tillarida bu nima bir vaqt neologizm bo'lgan o'zlashma so'z.
Okay, for example, the word terrorism came to all three languages at the same time.
Masalan, endi xalqaro terrorizm tushunchasi bu yerda so'z birikmasi bor. International terrorism yoki international terrorism, международный terrorizm atamasi o'sha 2001-yil 11-sentyabrda AQShdagi Jahon savdo uyi hamda Pentagon binolari samolyotlar yordamida terroristik hujumga uchrab vayron qilingandan so'ng keng qo'llanila boshladi. Demak, bu birinchi bo'lib AQSh prezidenti tomonidan qo'llanilgan va butun dunyoda o'sha ayniqsa masalan biz o'rganayotgan tillarda nemis, rus, o'zbek tillariga shu kirib kelgan.
For example, the term international terrorism, was widely used after the destruction of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon buildings in the United States on September 11, 2001. After that, after the president of the United States used this term publicly, so this word, this phrase came into all three languages at the same time.
Kengisi turli xil davrlarda kirib kelgan neologizmlar. Misol tariqasida o'sha kollej so'zini oladigan bo'lsak, garchi izohli lug'atlarimizda faol leksika sifatida ilgari ham mavjud bo'lsa-da, mustaqillikdan so'ng milliy ta'lim dasturiga o'zgartishlar kiritilib, umumiy o'rta ta'limning uzviy va mantiqiy davomi sifatida yoshlarni asosan kasb-hunarga o'rgatish maqsadida tashkil qilindi va tilimizda o'ziga xos yangi ma'no kasb etdi.
The next category is the neologisms introduced in different periods of time. For example, the word college, well, it existed as an inactive lexicon in our explanatory dictionaries, definition dictionaries after the independence. But after changes were made to the national education program, it was established as an organic and logical continuation of general secondary education. So these colleges aimed at training young people, mainly for professions acquired, and because of this word acquired a new meaning in our language.
O'tgan asrning 90-yillar oxiri va 20-asrning boshlarida tilimizda faol qo'llanila boshladi.
And at the end of the 19th of the last century and at the beginning of the 21st century, so it became actively used in our language.
Ana shu nuqtai nazardan bugungi kunda kollej so'zini quyidagi 3 ta ma'nosini qayd qilishingiz mumkin. Birinchisi
So from this point of view, today we can say that there are 3 meanings of the word college.
Birinchisi demak Buyuk Britaniya, AQSh va boshqa mamlakatlarda o'rtacha oliygacha bo'lgan turli xil o'quv yurtlari.
First, in Great Britain or the USA and some other countries, various educational institutions from average to higher education.
Ikkinchisi Fransiya, Belgiya, Shveysariya va boshqa ba'zi mamlakatlarda o'rta va to'liqsiz oliy o'quv yurti.
Secondly, in France, Belgium, and Switzerland, and some other countries as well, it is secondary and part-time higher education.
Uchinchisi O'zbekistonda o'rta maxsus kasb-hunar kolleji.
And third, secondary special vocational educational establishment in Uzbekistan.
Kasb-hunar kolleji davlat ta'lim standartlari asosida o'quvchilarga o'rta maxsus ta'limni beruvchi, o'quvchilarning kasb-hunarga moyilligini, bilim va ko'nikmalarini chuqur rivojlantirish, tanlab olingan kasb-hunar bo'yicha bir yoki bir nechta ixtisosni egallash imkonini yaratuvchi o'quv muassasasi hisoblanadi.
Vocational college is an educational institution that provides students with secondary special education based on state educational standards, provides students with the opportunity to deeply develop their professional inclinations, knowledge, and skills, and acquire one or more specializations in the chosen profession.
Mazkur kollej so'zi nemis va rus tillarida o'tgan asrning birinchi yarmida kirib kelgan va ushbu so'zning yuqoridagi birinchi va ikkinchi ma'nolarini o'zida mujassamlashtirgan.
This word, college, entered the German and Russian languages in the first half of the last century and incorporated the above first and second meanings of this word.
Albatta o'z o'rnida nemischa va ruscha izohli lug'atlarda o'zbek tilining izohli lug'atida keltirilgan kollej so'zining 3-chi yangicha ma'nosi bilan to'ldirish maqsadiga muvofiq.
Certainly, it is appropriate to fill the German and Russian definition dictionaries with the new third meaning of the word college given in the explanatory dictionary.
Lekin bugungi kunga kelib kollej so'zi o'zining neologizmlik xususiyatini yo'qotib tarixiy so'zlar qatoriga kirish arafasida.
But today, the word college has lost its neologism status and is on the verge of entering the ranks of historical word.
Chunki hozirgi kunda O'zbekistonda kollejlar o'rnini professional ta'lim muassasalari egallamoqda.
Because now colleges are being replaced by professional educational institutions.
Ikkinchisi dizayn so'zini oladigan bo'lsak, narsalar muhitini estetik va funksional sifatlarni shakllantirish maqsadiga qaratilgan loyihalash faoliyat turlarini ifodalovchi termin. Dizayn 20-asr boshlarida yuzaga kelib, 30-yillarda maxsus faoliyat turi sifatida G'arbiy Yevropa va AQShda shakllandi. 80-yillar ikkinchi yarmida dizaynning faoliyat doirasi kengaydi.
For example, the word design this word is a term that expresses the types of design activities aimed at forming the aesthetic and functional qualities of the environment of objects. Design emerged at the beginning of the 20th century and was formed in Western Europe and the USA. And since the second half of the 80s, the scope of design has expanded.
Dizayn o'z davrida neologizm o'zlashma bo'lgan, to'g'ri, bugungi kunda faol qo'llanilayotir, lekin ayni paytda endi o'zining neologizm xususiyatini yo'qotgan.
Design was certainly a neologism in the past, but now it is losing its status as a neologism because it is actively used in, well, almost all languages.
Endi o'sha o'zlashma so'zlarni biz sabablarini alohida tasnif qilishni maqsadiga muvofiq deb hisobladik.
And also it's appropriate to separate these neologisms according to reasons why they were borrowed.
Birinchisi bozor va savdo sotiq munosabatlarining shakllanish ta'sirida kirib kelgan o'zlashma neologizmlar. Bular management, manager, marketing, broker, makler, tender provider, service, mini market, supermarket, hypermarket, mega market, auditor, barter va kaza.
First category is the words borrowed neologisms that were introduced under the influence of the formation of market and trade relations. Management, manager, marketing, broker, makler, tender, provider, service, mini market, supermarket, hypermarket, mega market, auditor or barter.
Ikkinchisi muayyan texnologiya, dastur va texnik vositalarni kirib kelish natijasida o'zlashgan neologizmlar. Internet, intranet, antivirus, browser, site, interface, hacker, Twitter, Zoom, chat, virtual, online, offline, selfie, dreamliner, container, conditioner.
Second category is about the neologisms that were borrowed as a result of the introduction of certain technologies, programs, and technical tools, such as internet, intranet, antivirus, browser, site, interface, hacker, Twitter, Zoom chat, virtual, online, offline, selfie, dreamliner, container, or conditioner.
Yengisi madaniy ma'rifiy sohaga oid neologizmlar. Hit, show, hit, parad, top model, talk show, know-how, monitoring, va kaza.
Okay, third category is the neologisms that related to cultural and educational sphere. Hit show, hit parade, top model, talk show, know-how, and monitoring.
To'rtinchisi ommaviy axborot vositalarida siyosiy jarayonlar bilan bog'liq o'rnatilib kelgan neologizm. Masalan, meeting, driver, briefing, forum, BRICS, va kaza.
Okay. Next one is neologisms introduced in mass media related to political processes. For example, meeting, driver, briefing, forum, or BRICS.
Keyingisi o'sha terrorizm yoki narkomaniya kabi illatlar ta'sirida kirib kelgan o'zlashma neologizmlar. Bu terror akt yoki killer, doping, heroin, kokain va kaza.
And the next one is neologisms introduced under the influence of terrorism or drug addiction, like terrorist act, killer, dope, heroin, or cocaine.
turli xil sport turlariga oid neologizmlarimiz. Arm wrestling, freestyle, skateboard, kickboxing, hockey, timeout, outsider, knockout, like that.
Next one is neologisms related to various sports, such as arm wrestling, freestyle, skateboard, kickboxing, hockey, timeout, outsider, knockout.
Yuqorida o'sha tasnif keltirilgan inglizcha o'zlashmalar tadqiqlanayotgan har uchala nemis rus o'zbek bugungi kunda ham faol bo'lgan so'zlar sirasiga kiradi.
So the English neologisms that we discussed above are the words that are still active today in all three studied German, Russian, and Uzbek languages.
Umuman olganda tadqiqotlar shuni ko'rsatadiki, hozirgi vaqtda tilni sof va o'zlashmas so'zlar, neologizmlar bilan to'ldirish jarayoni til qolaversa sohalar rivojlanarkan davom etadi.
Well, in general, studies show that the filling the language with pure and borrowed words, neologisms, continues as the language, and moreover, the field of language linguistics develops.
Nayinki nemis, rus, o'zbek tillarining lug'at tarkibini boyish asosan inglizcha so'zlarni o'zlashtirish asosida amalga oshmoqda.
In fact, the enrichment of the vocabulary of German, Russian, and Uzbek language is mainly based on the acquisition or borrowing English words.
Shuni aytish joizki, ingliz tilidan shu leksikoniklarni nemis, rus, o'zbek tillariga o'zlashishi muayyan qoidalar asosida kechmaydi.
It should be said that the acquisition of diplomatic lexical units from English into German, Russian, and Uzbek language does not follow specific rules.
Neologizmlar tillarga bir vaqtning o'zida o'zlashmaydi. Bunga ma'lum ta'sirlar kerak bo'ladi. O'zlashishda ma'no o'zgarishlari, ikkilamchi, uchlamchi ma'nolar orttirish kuzatiladi.
Neologisms are not borrowed into languages at the same time. It requires certain effects, changes in meaning, acquisition of secondary or tertiary meanings are absorbed during the borrowing.
O'zlashish bir tilda bo'lishi, ikkinchi tilda bo'lmasligi ham mumkin.
Well, this acquisition, borrowing, may be in one language and not in other languages.
Yoki og'zaki so'zlashuv tilida kundalik hayotda faol qo'llaniladi. Biroq milliy tillarning lug'atlarda qayd qilinmaydi yoki har uchala tadqiqlanayotgan tillarda qayd qilinadi, biroq o'ziga xos imlo va fonetik o'zgarishlarga uchraydi.
Or these borrowed words can be actively used in everyday life in the daily conversation of the people, but not recorded in the dictionaries of these national languages. Or we can say they can be recorded in all the three languages that we are studying, German, Russian, and Uzbek, but they undergo specific orthographic or phonetic changes.
Bu esa o'z o'rnida leksik birliklarning neologizm sifatida shakllanishi, barcha tillarda bir xil ma'no, mazmun, ohang va imlo kasb etish uchun aniq mezonlar ishlab chiqishni talab qiladi.
This situation requires the development of clear criteria for the lexical units to be formed as a neologism to acquire the same meaning and content, tone, and spelling in all languages.
E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat, hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari. Agarda savollaringiz bo'lsa, marhamat.
Thank you for your attention, dear participants of this conference. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you, Zahid Jumenyazov, for your interesting talk. You talked about a very topical theme, which are peculiar to borrowings or neologisms from Uzbek, German, English, and Russian languages. Good morning, everybody, to whom who joined us later. This is the first keynote of today's conference, and the first keynote was by Zahid Jumenyazov from Urgen State University. And if you are interested in the first note, you can give questions about the borrowings of considering 4 languages: English, German, and Russian, and Uzbek languages, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are glad to meet you.
Yeah, good morning. It's very nice to take part at this event. Good morning, Zahid Atabayevich.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask one question. Can you tell us about the number of the statistics information, statistics of the borrowings from the from English, Russian, and German languages into the Uzbek one. Tercüme kılayım mı damla?
Yeah, tushunarli. Thank you very much for your question, dear Nargiza Masharipova.
Rahmat.
Rahmat. Bitta nima, albatta hozir biz izlanyapmiz. Bugungi kunda juda katta hajmda ingliz tilidan so'zlar o'zlashgan. Bu bevosita nemis tili, rus tili va ingliz tiliga buni statistikasini yurish ham juda ko'p mehnatni talab qiladi. Chunki lug'atlar juda ko'p, so'zlar o'sha bu yerda ham lug'atda, ham so'zlashuv tilida, matbuot tilida, elektron lug'atlar haqida gap ketyapti. Shuning uchun biz hozircha o'sha to'liq statistik ma'lumotga ega emasmiz.
Well, today we have a huge number of borrowed words from other languages, especially in English. And all right, so we are talking about definition dictionaries, electronic dictionaries, and well, everyday conversation, and also the language of the mass media. So it's really difficult to have certain statistics about the number of borrowed words.
Albatta, lekin statistikani oxiriga yetkazamiz, chunki hozir shu ustida ishlayapmiz.
Certainly, we will finish the statistics of these borrowed words, and hopefully we'll finish it in a near future. Next,
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, dear Zahta Tabayevich, and I wish you good luck in your further research endeavors. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else who can give question once? Well, if anybody doesn't have any question, please let me inform you about some information. Yesterday, our coordinator Azamat Akbarov said that he will join us at 11 o'clock approximately. And today we began earlier at 10 o'clock, and we were informed that we didn't know about it. We should begin this conference at 10:30, and then we have 3 keynote speakers here, and we are sorry not having this possibility to hear from Natella from Belarus, from BIP University, because of some occasion. And the third keynote speaker, Hassan Said Ghazala, will join us at 11:10. We should wait for him till this time.
Good morning to everybody. What's going on? Who is the next presenter?
Good morning. We're waiting for the next speaker. And the next speaker will present at 11:10.
Okay, then we'll have a break.
Hello, everybody again. Hassan Zaid Ghazala, do you hear me?
When can I start, please? I hear you very well.
Okay,
You know,
okay. Dr. Azamat Akbar will join us later. We have been waiting for you for your talk. If you are ready, you can begin your speech, your keynote dedicated to translationists. You are from Umi Al Qura University, yeah? Am I right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we are ready to hear you, and we are glad to meet you again today in this occasion of FLTAL conference.
Right.
So,
Right.
you can begin.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Azamat, right?
Dr. Azamat will join us later. We are from Urgenç University, Urgenç State University.
You are most welcome. Right.
Okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, I say first, good morning and hello to everybody. We will talk today about translation needs and professional translation. When we talk about translation needs and professional translation, we talk about two issues or two sort of concepts involved in our practice of translation. Now, our age can be confidently described as the age of translation in the third millennium. There have been many new developments in translation theory, studies, and more remarkably practice. A high demand for translation and translators have been in torrential flow the world over. That has been a piece of good news for everyone involved in the profession. Translators, students of translation, trainees translators, teachers of translation, translation colleges and departments at universities, translation centers, and naturally translation companies and job markets. Yet, the bad news is the negative handling of this surplus material by many translators, professional and non-professional, so-called professional translators and non-professional translators, who have utilized and misused and exploited it to make more money at the expense of good quality and professional translation. The dire consequences of that are the productions of bad, low quality translations, i.e. translationese, which is a bad omen for the whole profession that we have to attend to carefully and seriously, for it threatens quality, professional translations, and ultimately the entire profession of translation. In the following, the two contrastive types of translation practice, professional translation and translationese, are juxtaposed in terms of definition, features, merits, and demerits, illustrated by contrastive examples between the two languages concerned, English and Arabic, all throughout, to separate chaff from wheat. To separate chaff from wheat, we say it, of course, in Arabic, لفصل الغث عن السمين, or للتفريق بين الصالح والطالح. And one translation is of this idiom is يخلط الحابل بالنابل. Very good, very nice, but it's wrong. It's far away from the intended meaning here. Now we will go back to such examples later on. Now we'll talk about professional translation. Talk about the brass tacks about professional translation. Professional translation interchanges with the profession of translation and this discipline of translation in relation to the basics as explained below. Now we will just give a short account of one or two terms because of the shortage of time. Now, when we talk about translation as discipline, now translation is now well established as a discipline like any other discipline of knowledge. When we talk about linguistics, when we talk about physics, when we talk about engineering, when we talk about law, we have also translation established as an independent discipline per se. Now in translation, we have theory, we have translation studies, we have methods, we have procedures, we have strategies. And in today's translation studies, there is a variety of research subjects like translation as process, translation as product, cognitive style-based translation studies, translation functions, huge developments of translation theory or theories and models. Focus on the translator training, translational tools, translators as mediators, translators as authors, translators as so many issues. It's been established as a discipline and has, of course, many topics, many issues to, of course, research, to discuss, and of course, to learn. The translation has been installed. The translation has been stated as a discipline beyond any doubt to become a profession on its own right. Now, translation as a profession. It's hard to believe that mastering 2 or more languages may be enough to decide upon translation as a profession. This decision must be made carefully. There is more to translation than just knowing more than one language and being able to communicate the meaning of a source language text through an equivalent target language text. Deciding on translation as a profession has requisite requirements that should meet if they want to succeed in the translation industry. Consequently, translation is nowadays a recognized profession, as we have just said, that translators feel proud of being professional translators. What Robertson terms professional pride. Professional pride. This profession requires specific qualifications, requirements, and prerequisite conditions to be met by translators who aim at becoming good professional translators. A professional translator is expected to master different translation skills, both in theory and practice, that are developed and refined, among other things, through long experiences. All these skills are actually surveyed, in my book on translation skills 2 or 4, entitled Translation Skills Textbook. They are divided into language transitional skills, translation-related general skills, and essentially translation skills per se, including analytical, methodological, dictionary use, improvement, revising, research, cultural, translation methods, specialization, translation criticism, etc. Translators are supposed to have a good knowledge, of these skills. Now, with the rapid and urgent demand for professional translation and translators, the translator is no longer just a mediator between two languages, but sometimes he becomes, or she becomes, a terminologist, a technical writer, an information broker, or a consultant in intercultural and interlingual communication, as Osam Moore said. In Shreve's term, the translator now is a multitasking translator, performs multiple tasks. This new look at translators is the result of the changes that the profession of the translation is facing as a consequence of the changes occurring in a technology-based global communication. On the other hand, professionalism in translation is based on the great issues of ethics. Now we talk about professionalism vis-a-vis ethics. Do they conform to one another, or maybe they conform partly, or maybe there are some differences between them? Now, in addition to its inclusion of greatly skillful status, character, methods, and standards, professionalism has three further core implications. The first is the full mastery of a profession. The second is the meeting of highly sophisticated standards of work or achievement. And third is the commitment of the practitioner of a profession to the ethics of the performance of this profession. In practical terms, ethical professionalism, which might be redundant, for no true professionalism exists without ethics, or else maybe it is not exactly redundant. It turns to be, well, true professionalism turns to be, false professionalism if it does not have, ethical backgrounds. Oh, so in this case, it becomes false professionalism or professionalism, as it were. It derived from several sources. So ethical professionalism, we talk about ethics, we talk about, principles derived from religion, politics, sociology, culture, and individual ideology and biases. These sources involve factors that are hard to have a consensus on by different people of different religions, mentalities, social, cultural, and political environments, national belongings, and personal idiosyncrasies and ideologies. Some take traditions and religion as their frame of reference of ethics, like PIM, for instance. Others take the socio-cultural factors as their source of ethical values. Yet a third group believes in the individual in the sense that each one has his or her own ethical values. That he or she applies freely, especially in our age of liberalism, openness to everything and everybody, and the evaluation of values, religious values in particular. The most serious of all is a fourth group, which believes in the sacredness of the author and total commitment to his or her text, no matter what it can be, good or bad, insulting, disgusting, repugnant, obscene, heretic, racist, erotic, or whatever. Total commitment to the author. Nevertheless, ambivalent and conflicting in her views, this freelancer called Celine, a French freelancer, she actually declares something important. My loyalty goes, she says, my loyalty goes to my profession. Well, if it means money, well, it is really serious. So my profession brings earns me money, so I have to be. But at the same time, actually, she admits that there must be some morals, and that's, of course, quite natural. And these, I mean, ethical sort of principles or codes are well stated in some countries. I mean, like, you know, laws or bylaws that have to be dedicated to by translators. The American, for instance, the American Translators Association Code of Ethics and Professional Practice states the following principles. To convey meaning between people and cultures faithfully, accurately, and impartially, neutrally. Faithfully, accurately, and impartially. We'll go back to these concepts later on. To hold in confidence any privileged and or confidential information entrusted to us in the course of our work. To represent our qualifications, capabilities, and responsibilities honestly. To enhance those capabilities at every opportunity to continuing education in language. To act collegially by sharing knowledge and experience. To define in advance by mutual agreement and to abide by the terms of all business transactions among ourselves and with others. To ask for and offer due recognition of our work. Right. To look, number 9, mindful that failure to abide by these principles may harm ourselves. That's what we are talking about. Translation is as a threat. Our fellow members, the association, or those we serve. Now, we move to some kind of a summary of these points, and this is in my point of view. We have some principles, some basics of ethical values that are left out. When we talk about professionalism, the ethics of professionalism, yes, we talk about some, standards, some conditions to meet, yet the moral side could be not exactly as complete, and maybe the picture is not exactly complete in terms of morality. Now, the commitment of the translation, so I therefore suggest the following frame or professional translation ethics, which draws heavily on criteria outside its SLT due to the fact that the translation is personal and socio-cultural profession and activity in the first place. So in my view, we can have the following frame of professional translation ethics. Number 1, the commitment of the translation profession to universal moral values like credibility, faithfulness, accuracy, seriousness, punctual meeting of deadlines, mutual translator client and translator employer, respect, confidentiality of information, rejection of working on translating text of criminal ill purposes or working for criminals or evil employers, companies, or agencies. Some of them pay a lot of money for translator if and when to translate something that could be quite horrible. And some may be attempted. So we have to be very careful. Our profession is a good profession, an honest profession. We have to be careful. Money is not everything. And certainly we have to have these, ethics that could be described as among the basics of our profession. That's number two, that translates personal ideological attitudes, views, and biases, which are derived from the socio-cultural and other background factors suggested. Next, of course, social culture. Number three, social cultural factors and environments, political attitudes and biases, ideological biases, solid religious, I'm talking about especially Islamic background. Well, a good Muslim, I believe, can be a good translator who knows the rules of the profession and who knows, of course, the morals of the profession, honesty, faithfulness. The word loyalty. Loyalty is actually sometimes understood or misunderstood as loyalty to the author, to the SL text. Now, generally, maybe yes, in principle. But now when we have something that crossroads with our beliefs, with facts, with our maybe religions, well, at least we can do something. We can comment. We can have some kind of paraphrase. We can have, footnoting. We can actually respond or react to anything that could be maybe social, as far as we are concerned, anti-cultural, anti-religious, etc. And this is our right. So we are not just, mediated. We take something from here to there. Meaning is there. And it is our right to express meaning as it is, maybe, but we have another right, which is the, maybe sort of a commentary, or maybe, sort of doing something. The translator is a human being and has his or her own beliefs, biases, cultural values, religious values, etc. So loyalty cannot be only to the author. The author could, as I've just hinted at, use, for instance, bad language, terrible language, blasphemous, for instance, expressions, socially, bad expressions, racist expressions, etc. Now, I believe the translator, as far as I'm concerned, as a translator, I believe the last factor is the weightiest, which is solid religious, especially Islamic background, and most sensitive of all to true Muslim translators, for it can subsume the rest of factors. Loyalty, take into account our social, maybe social, cultural, religious, etc., specialities, and we take this, but in an organized way, in a sort of, let's call it, well-behaved way. So maybe we can mention, and this is actually one of the major sides of our book, the Holy Quran. So, for instance, in the Holy Quran, we have the sort of bad thing or maybe blasphemous thing mentioned, then there is a response or reaction to it. as we have, in the verse in the sort of the in the tablet, the table spread, Surah Al-Ma'idah, وقالت اليهود يد الله مغلولة. This is blasphemous expression. Yet the Holy Quran states it. But we have a reaction to it. وقالت اليهود يد الله مغلولة غلت أيديهم ولعنوا بما قالوا. So as you see here, we have a reaction. So we can state something that could be repugnant, that could be unacceptable, etc. But we have to react to it in a way or another. So it can subsume the rest of factors as an umbrella cover for entire sublime and divinely motivated commitment to good and discarding of evil in the profession. Translators are expected to attend fully to these ethical considerations. We talk, professional translator, you have to commit yourself to morals, to ethics, and this is a major factor in being a professional translator. Ethical considerations should be always there in the translation into Arabic, and have to respond to them consciously and responsibly to avoid insulting his or her readership and reflect his or her own attitude. Now, when we have something like that, we have something like that, it's all right, quite normal. Now we have a text, and it is the source of our translation. And we don't go away from text, or another, unless urgent or necessary. So now we have the main point of translation needs. We'll concentrate on it in the next 15 minutes or so. Translation needs menacing of destroying the profession. Menacing tools of destroying the profession. The term translation needs connotes bad styles of translation, as Newmark actually described or explained it. Bad style of translation. Bad translations in general, and that's what I take as the sort of general meaning of translation is. Any, sort of bad translation, and we will have several reasons for such bad translations and several aspects of such translation in a minute. So anything described as bad translation can be described as translation is. So it is general term that we understand as anything bad. Could be something worse than something else. All right, but in general, it is bad translation. الترجمة الرديئة. In general, and awkwardness or ungrammaticality of translation due to overly and blindly literal translation. It is a pejorative word used to describe any translation that is poor in quality, off context, blindly literal, funny in sense. As you say, when we talk about idioms, and someone translates an idiom literally, and it gets out to become something maybe funny, and poor, queer in meaning. If something is queer, for instance, that old lady is living from hand to mouth. تعيش من اليد إلى الفم. This is funny, queer, and unacceptable, of course, because when we talk about idioms, we talk about special meanings, not exactly the literal meaning of words. And we understand she's living from hand to mouth, as she's very poor, something like that. And we have actually several expressions in Arabic to explain that. We don't have it from hand to mouth, من يد إلى فم, it is nonsense. It is maybe, as I said, well, funny as what kind of language is this? In other words, تعيش على قوت يومها, تسد رمقها, etc. Something like that. And we, of course, give the sort of right meaning, the good meaning, and it is good translation, of course. Now, since the main focus of my talk today is on translation, let me start with the main reason of committing it by many translations. So, and we have some examples from English, Arabic, or Arabic, English. First, POSL. For instance, we have leave us updating with the World Cup results. Leave us updating with the World Cup result. This is bad SL, bad English in a way. So we keep us updated, etc. So we say اتركنا محدثين updating, you see, حول نتائج كأس العالم. Instead of أطلعنا على آخر نتائج كأس العالم أولا بأول. Poor TL, cloning. The translator doesn't know exactly the word. They say نسخ وتناسخ, which is استنساخ, and it has nothing to do with نسخ وتناسخ in the general sense of these words. Poor in both SL and TL. The word consistency, اتساق, translated into تنسيقية أو تنسيق or something like that, which is, of course, poor translation and maybe not exactly accurate translation. Poor SL and TL culture, as old as the hills, literally أقدم من الهضاب ومن التلال. But we have to look for something that maybe we have in our language. I mean, in any translated language. أقدم من التاريخ, قديم قدم التاريخ, غارق في القدم منذ خلق الله الأرض وما عليها. Poor knowledge of word combination, collocations. And I had this collocation, which actually sparked, my interest in collocation that was maybe 27 years ago. And, I have, a lot of, work on collocations. I have two big dictionaries, English, Arabic, Arabic, English collocations. قلب الأمور ظهرا عن قلب. قلب الأمور ظهرا عن قلب. Confusing two different separate collocations. This is a translation for to turn something upside down. قلب الأمور رأسا على عقب. This is the right translation. قلب الأمور ظهرا على القلب. We have to memorize something by heart and to turn something upside down. So it's confused. And we have actually many of these collocations, especially when we talk, for instance, about individual, collocations like brain drain. تسرب دماغي. But this is هجرة الأدمغة. Heart failure. فشل في القلب. قصور. The word is قصور. So here we have actually many weaknesses regarding word combination, especially when we talk about collocations. Poor or lack of knowledge of the importance of style. No idea on behalf of many translators about style. Now, what's the difference between saying that guy is miserly but kind-hearted, and that guy is kind-hearted but miserly? So it's just, two words, and we maybe replace one with another, and that's all. This is certainly not true. When we end with the good word, it is praise. When we end with the bad word, it is maybe a criticism. If we say someone is ذاك الفتى بخيل لكنه طيب. The other, ذاك الفتى طيب لكنه بخيل. So now the end focus here is different, and it involves some kind of difference in meaning. Poor knowledge of the world. Common knowledge. A few days ago, Mahathir Mohamad, the former premier, nominated himself for elections at the age of 97. رشح مخاتير محمد نفسه للانتخابات مرة أخرى وعمره 97 سنة. هذا ما يعرف يعني the Israel doesn't know مهاتير أو مخاتير أو رشح مهاتير محمد رئيس وزراء ماليزيا السابق للانتخابات. وما the translation here in the first instance in the translation is doesn't know who Mahathir Mohamad is and premier of which country. So this common knowledge is required by the translator from the translator. Poor education, translation skills, methods, procedures, problem translation process, etc. And I'm not talking about those who do not, well, actually study, for instance, translation as, you know, a major or something. I'm talking about those, or the so-called, some so-called professional translators who actually are, well, specialists maybe in literature, specialists in, other, branches of linguistics, yet he knows nothing about, or almost nothing about translation methods, what's translation procedures. So I once asked a so-called professional translator, literary translator, and he had some books actually published for him. What is the method you adopt in your translation? He instantly said, I don't know. I don't know. He has no idea about the method. I don't know which method I adopt, which is certainly not acceptable from a translator. Now, SL-based word combination again, which is slightly metaphorical, like for instance, foot of the page. And if translated hastily and literally, it is قدم الصفحة, which is, you know, in Arabic, it is ديل الصفحة. Good reason among the common mistakes or the common translation is سبب جيد. And you know, we have in Arabic سبب وجيه, we have سبب منطقي, we have سبب مقبول, سبب غير مقبول, etc. And we don't have سبب جبت. Unfortunately, this translation is widespread literal translation. SL-based style, keep your mouth shut. This is a kind of, you know, style of keep your mouth shut is a strong expression, and it is, as you see, in the imperative. And so حافظ على فمك مغلقا. أغلق فمك. For instance, we have actually other options. She was told the truth by her mother. أخبرت بالحقيقة بواسطة والدتها. This is passive. And here, as you see, it is a sort of awkward, you know, translation, and we can simply say أخبرتها والدتها بالحقيقة. Misunderstanding prepositions. Pray for and pray to. Say pray for, نصلي من أجل فلان. Pray for is ندعو لفلان. And pray to is نصلي. We pray to God. نصلي لله. As we pray to for, we ندعو لفلان. As you see, the preposition actually, the reason for translation is, or maybe good translation. Commitment to the easiest and fastest method of word-for-word translation, literal translation, which is, well, unfortunately quite common among, well, professional translators, especially at translating texts, long texts like books, for instance. And a few days ago, I finished referring a book from Saudi University. Well, the translation is okay. I mean, as far as meanings, etc., the translation didn't drop anything. But the language is too bad. The grammar, the sentence structures, word order, parsing, al-i'rab. Not only, wallahi, not only hundreds, tens, maybe thousands of mistakes. Of course, I did not pass it unless in these mistakes are put to right. So misunderstanding the whole discipline of translation as solely dictionary practice. Again, this old-fashioned idea should be stopped as far as the translation is concerned. The dictionary will not solve all problems, and we do not have just problems with meanings of words. We have actually, individual meanings of words. We have actually many other problems, as you know. Misunderstand translation as one-to-one equivalent. The same as you see, translating idiomatic language literally, minds of examples can be cited, of course. And we just given one or two. Dropping a part of the meaning. For instance, here, just read very quickly. He bit the dust last night. عض التراب أمس والمقصود بها طبعا خر سريعا أو أرجي قتيلا أو هلك إلى آخره. Now meet that's your funeral. تلك جنازته, which is actually quite irrelevant to the meaning of الذنب ذنبك وعلى نفسها جنت براقش. Dropping a part of the meaning of the original with no good reason. The translator doesn't like it, so drop it. And this is okay, and no problem as far as translation is concerned. This is not a good expression. I don't like it. Maybe I didn't find a translation for it. This is certainly unacceptable. And now we have, something that could be also common, which is, the misunderstanding of the rhetorical style as the best style of translation. Misplaced rhetorical style. Now, as you see here, for instance, we have artificialness or artificiality. Blame yourself, or you are to blame. Well, say, يداك أو كتا وفوك نفخ, which is quite rhetorical in Arabic. Translating what? Very simple expression of the style here is actually misplaced. So just to say لوم نفسك, يقع عليك اللوم, we have يداك أو كذا فوق نفق, which is, as you see here, misplacement of style. Deadline pressure on the translator, sometimes quick or hasty, maybe decisions on translation, commercial pressure on the translator, interference of the employer. Oh, this is very serious. Say this, don't say this. Drop this, especially when we talk about journalism, actually. This is very serious indeed. Impromptu or on-the-spot translations and interpretations for conferences and symposia. Of course, here we have some mistakes, sometimes justified, sometimes not. So if you don't know, just wait or check, reference. I don't just say what's the meaning of something. For instance, I give the reason, I give the meaning, and the meaning is maybe translation is rather than good translation. Political, cultural, social, and religious pressures on the translator. And this is, again, in the media and journalism, we have, something like that. Uncle Google or any other cat or empty translation, especially of texts, are primarily taken to be a quagmire of translations. Be careful, please. Without human interference. With human interference, all right. Without, it is really serious. We are all involved. We are all involved in the profession of translation. We all involved in the profession of translation have to thank God so many times a day that no Googlean or technological translation of any kind, or system, system, or other, or program can do without humans. If this day comes one day, the day where technology can do everything, we will turn jobless, unemployed. But alhamdulillah, this is impossible. The human factor, the human interference should be there. Whatever the assistance, well, we find or we hope for with technology, we have the human factor, which should be always there. And again, this is a great bounty, in by God, alhamdulillah. Finally, foreignization instead of localization is paramount. For instance, the translator prefers, foreign terms, foreign words, even though he or she has, native words or terms for that. And this is a part of translation, is of course. Now, just the main areas of. Do I have how much time do I have, please? Can I have just 7 minutes? All right. Right. So we may define the main areas of translation is. First, literal translation of SL text, the major maybe area. SL-based grammar and word order. Lexicalization and re-lexicalization. Foreignization, localization. Commercial interests and purposes. Lack of professionalism. The translator doesn't know much actually about professionalism, professional principle, professional, for instance, ethics, whatever. Materialistic temptations. Materialistic temptation means the translator is paid money for maybe certain things to change, certain things to drop, certain things to add, etc. Carelessness and lack of seriousness on the part of the translator on the rule, the vicious rule, applying the vicious rule, anything goes. كل شيء يمشي, which is terrible indeed. Unqualified and disqualified translators. Anyone can translate who knows another language. We said this is certainly not acceptable. But many, still actually, many who work in what we call in our countries translation offices or something, they are not exactly educated in translation or language in general, linguistic. Just they know maybe another language and maybe not exactly good knowledge. And then they have actually a lot of translation is in their translations, ignorance or negligence and disrespect of Arabic, the translator's mother tongue. Anyone should respect his or her own native. How? By trying to write good Arabic, good English, good French, good whatever, at translating into it. Dishonesty, irresponsibility, and lack of conscientiousness on the part of the translator. Well, this is again terrible. Dishonesty, irresponsibility, and lack of conscientiousness on the part of the translator. In other words, lack of ethics. When translating, translate as the readers would like you to do. الجمهور عايز كده, which is something again not acceptable. Finally, we have just how to control the torrential currents of translation is. First, educating translators. Second, translators should educate themselves. If you don't have this education about translation, about principles, about morals, about, methods, about theories, about, for instance, different translation skills, they have to educate themselves. It's not acceptable. Now, maybe I know, I know how to eat. Everybody knows how to eat. But he doesn't exactly, he or she doesn't exactly know how to maybe digest the food. But a specialist, a doctor, specialist in, internal medicine, cannot say that. So that's the way we, look at translation and translators. Translators have to be instructed the general ethics of profession. Commitment to everything in the SL text is neither required nor possible, especially when the TL is different from the SL in several ways, lexical and grammatical rules and aspects. Recognizing only academically qualified translators. We should not mean otherwise. Reviewing, revising, and refereeing translations rigorously, academically, and conscientiously, without making any concessions on translation needs. And many refereeing, or revisers, unfortunately, make many concessions, again, for maybe financial reasons, which is again not acceptable. They are professional translators or maybe university teachers, yet they just actually work, sorry to say, dishonestly. A whole text, a whole book, the report of one referee and specialist referee was only half a page only. Adds, all right, and he will, of course, receive the honorarium, and everything is all right. Half a page to, well, evaluate a whole or revise a whole book. Maybe 5 pages, okay. One time it was 27 pages for reviewing or revising a book, referring a book. Sometimes 15, sometimes maybe 10, but certainly not half a page or 1 or 2 pages. Controlling the legalization of translation bureaus, the so-called office of bureaus, should be legalized. So if he or she is not specialist in translation, he should not be there. Or maybe a graduate, an English department graduate, etc. So studying English, studying, in the foreign language, and, or studying translation in translation department. Treat all Google translations, especially of text, with suspicions. As a rule, be suspicious of any non-humanized machine, device, application, program, or website, for none of them can be good enough to replace human translators. Thank you very much indeed. You have given me a lot of time, and sorry for being long. Jazakumullah khair. And if there is time for questions, I'm prepared to receive questions.
Thank you, Doctor, for this brilliant presentation. I found it very, very intriguing, especially that I work with the quality assurance at Qatar University. And with the quality assurance that we work with is that we have to always look at the translation, and then because we work with an agency which is outside our country, which is in America, with CAPE, So at the College of Education at Qatar University, we work with an agency outside, and they regulate what our programs, what we do. So like you said, Doctor, I've got PhD in English language. I've been an English language teacher, but sometimes the language gets lost when it comes to terminology itself. There are some things that we cannot translate to the point that we want. Being bilingual, which is very good for me because I can understand Arabic, I can listen to the English, and I can work out the awkwardness in it, which is very good sometimes. Like you said, we send it to translators, they bring it back to me, and I found, oh my God, they've said something and they meant something else. And then there's me going over that paper or that booklet or that content or that document and looking at it and trying to see where it's gone wrong, because it's very important when we are translating some important documents that go to the US or to the UK, especially for QS rankings, or especially for getting accreditation in our college. One problem, if you have a silly translation mistake, you've lost everything. You've lost the identity of what you want to say. You've lost the things that you want to apply that your college is doing, or the program that is done. And that means you've lost something, and like lost in translation, that film, if you know. So like you said, Doctor, I totally agree. And there should be monitoring after the translation, and there should be a quality assurance that checks the translation before it goes public. Now here, I walk in the streets of Qatar. Sometimes I laugh. There is translation of English to Arabic, and it's a translation of, like you said, Google Translation, or somebody who does not know the language, or does not, because at the end, when it comes to translation, the linguistics, the semantics, the syntax goes into it. And then comes the ear, the native ear, that is so important to listen to the language itself, and you know, oh yes, it's correct. So thank you, Doctor, for highlighting this, and it's really hit a point. It really hit. يعني ضربت على الوتر الحساس مثل ما نقول احنا بالعربي.
Thank you very
لك.
much. Wallahi, thank you. This is you are an excellent example of professional translator. You know what to do and how to do, and you have, this sort of sense of translating. Now we have many problems actually with meaning, and I had this article last year about the many problems of meaning. So we cannot just take translation as something easy, dictionary practice or something. If you find the meaning of the word, that's all. So this is just naive. So thank you for your notes, and you are actually in the middle of professional translation, and you are professional. I hope you are taken as an example. That's what I call for. Please, we need to have actually not only our mind, our hearts with translation. If you don't know, if I as a translator don't know something, please, I have the time to know about translation, about terminology, translation terminology, about translation, concepts of different kinds. I should not be just, I am all right and I'm doing well. Who said you are doing well? As you said, we translate something, and later we discover, we'll find out that it is not exactly the meaning intended. And I like your suggestion of sort of revise later on. Yeah, there should be some control of such. When we have such control, translation will be brought to the minimum. Thank you very much. Yes, any more questions, please, or comments? Any questions? I am not sure if there are questions here. right? Right. Right. Thank you very much for everyone who doesn't maybe have the opportunity to question or to talk or to comment. Again, I didn't actually have the time to say everything I have actually had in my talk, but the main things actually are discussed, and I mean, stressed on, no problem about that. But I would like at the end to say something. Please, we as translators have the responsibility to be professional translators in the full sense of the word, to be prepared to actually stop any kind of translationese and reject any translationese we come across, or maybe we have in a way or another. We have to stop that, because this is a real threat to our profession. Our profession should be clear, clean, pure, and professional. Thank you very much indeed.
Dr. Hassan, I think we have somebody who's raised his hand. I think it's
Yes.
Naama. Now
Nice.
comes the
Naima.
translation. Now comes the translation. Now it says Naama. Is it in Arabic? Now we come to
Yes. Assalamu
تفضلي
alaikum.
دكتورة نايمة، تفضل.
Naima.
دكتورة نايمة الغامدي.
Here comes the translation.
Yes, everyone.
Right. تفضل. تفضل.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Hassan Ghazala, for the presentation. One issue that encounters everyone, and also this is because of I have lots of groups of translators across the board. Don't you think that we have deficiency in professional translation?
Again, Dr. Naima, I didn't hear you well.
Works, and they always ask for professional الصوت. هل الصوت واضح؟
Yes, yes, yes. It's all right. Now go on.
And they always ask for literary translators, and they always say we have deficiency, we have shortage of professional translators, and they have this literary work. I need to translate it. I think it is an issue not only in the Arabic world, everywhere, that we do have this shortage. Why do you think so, Dr. Hassan? Why it's difficult to find competent literary translators for those who want their literary work to be read across the board?
Well, when you talk about literary translation, now, in
Yes.
literary translations, we have actually many translationists. That's right, because many translators are not quite professional. Maybe they do not exactly take literary translation as translation of sensing before anything else. We have to sense the meaning. We have to sense the literal meaning. We have to sense the literary maybe factors or elements of literary text. And literary text is based on feelings, emotions, senses, before anything else. So we have to taste and sense. I mean, translators, literary translators, have first of all to sense and taste the language of literature. يتذوقوا ويحسوا بهذه اللغة, because it is different. When I translate any other types of text, maybe scientific, maybe common, maybe legal, maybe general text, maybe legal, maybe even political. These types do not have this sort of richness of feelings, emotions, etc., we have to, as literary translators, since we have to sense the language first, this language first. And when we have deficiency in this, so when we just say, for instance, something very quite normal, or quite ordinary, he went back to translate just عادة. صحيح? طيب, now when we talk about literature, for instance, maybe we have other so-called, or maybe literary options, literary alternative, like when, instead of just رجع أو عاد, we just say عاد أدراجه, for instance. So when we have such, he, for instance, he became young. The boy became young. Now كبر الصبي, صحيح? But now in literary maybe sense, we can say اشتد ساعده. So we have to feel these. We have to feel, the literary language.
Professor Ghazala?
This feeling is not exactly being owned by many translators of literature. Yes, Doctor. Hello.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, it's time for the sessions, for the seminars.
Thank you very much.
And I really appreciate if we can complete, and now all together we can go to sessions. So at the very bottom, you can see the session codes. So you may select any Zoom room, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you may go into those rooms. Really appreciate it, Dr. Ghazala.
Thank you very much, Dr. Admat. You have given me a lot of time. Thank you very much.
Yes, shukran.
Very grateful. Thank you. Shukran.
Yes, thank you. Now, guys, please, you may go to any Zoom room, which is interesting for you. And then we will continue at 3 p.m., I think, with the plenary speech. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
It's the beginning of a text, multiple stanzas of the hemispheres. For example, you may use the one word at the end of your sentence, and the next sentence you should use exactly this word at the beginning of the second word. For example, I have got an example. This is in my article. I can show the example. So as not fall into the trap, so as not to get lost in the dark or plan on a map. Here, the so as, I'm using this word a lot, step anaphora. And then before, it's using a one word at the beginning of the lesson from the first sentence, the ending. For example, I am your girl. The girl is that, for example, using the girl at the beginning and at the ending, it's the before. And we have got the next term, it's a gradation. Gradation, this is the Latin word gradatio, translated as a gradual ascent. This term has characteristics meaning for phrases, and ascending or direct gradation is called menopause, and the distance gradation is called anticlimax. Often writers use direct gradations. For example, we can see the tales of golden fish. You know that golden fish, we have got also in Uzbek, it's a version of Tambala. So here a lot of the situations using the gradation. For example, at first time that, how can I say that, grandfather, this old man asked from fish, that kind of things. I don't want to be a black farmer. It's the first, how can I say that, order. The next one is I want to be a superior noble woman. The short one is I don't want to be I want to be a princess. And the last, this is how can I say that? It's going to up. For example, about o'clock, for example, it's a 7 o'clock, it's a 8 o'clock, it's a 9 o'clock, she isn't here. For example, using such kind of hours step by step, it's also degradation. And the next one is inversion. Inversion. Inversion, it's a changing the word situation. For example, you may use the first word at the ending of your sentence. For example, I am the supervisor of the lesson. Of the lesson supervisor, it's me. This is giving the more emphasis to the subject, for example, me, subject. This is the inversion, giving the meaning. The next one is comparison. Comparison is a stylistic tool based on figurative comparison of two objects and situations. And comparison is a stylistic form of relationship can be established between source and objects and events to relative. It's a very difficult task for the writer. For this, unusualness is the full power of comparison is a stylistic tool in artistic discourse. For example, we can use such kind of words for making some comparison translation. It's a as or like, we may use such kind of words. And also like a hungry wolf, it means the Uzbek bordek arch, we may use such kind of words. And also it means it's equal in English. This is a hungry wolf, like a hungry wolf. And also died like a hero, or like a cunning fox, or as strong as an oak. It's a comparison. And the last one, it's a rhetorical question. Rhetorical questions or the type of questions, but at the time the writer don't ask some answer for their questions at the time. Then and in our list, we often use question. This question is to approach the interlocutor in order to get information about something or identify that uncertainty, to clarify something. At the moment the question is being asked to find something that interests the person. Do you know that you are an orphan, for example? Do you know you are an orphan? It's the time it's giving the some, how can I say that, some insulting words for someone, so using the rhetorical questions. This is and also my article gives some information about in Uzbek. We have a lot of such kind of words and such kind of how can I say that, terms in English, like that in English, because using such kind of parcellation words, it can help us to translate this how can I say that, novel or somebody's writings in another language very effectively. The Uzbek language also has such units that serve to enhance and utilize this type of meaning, which also causes some inconvenience in translation, but helps students to fully understand the meaning and derive the situation. For example, in Uzbek, I have here some example. In English, this sentence, this is, hey, I am human too. Do I enjoy during my life or not? I didn't say. They repeated the use of the me preposition in Uzbek. In English, it's to do. In this words, bring the meaning of the sentence to life. Here, Uzbekcha qilib juda tushuntirib ketaman. Bu yerda m savoli bilan beriladigan savol shaklidagi gap aslida bu kinoya gap hisoblanadi. Mana men yashashga haqqim bormi tartibida beriladi. Shu me so'zini, me qo'shimchasini foydalanganmiz. Ingliz tilida ko'rishimiz mumkin, biz me yuklamasini do orqali ifoda etamiz. Here, do I enjoy during my life or not? Bu ham savol shaklidagi gap, lekin bu do kinoya shaklida berilgan. Men ham yashashim kerak ma'nosini bildiradi here. I should and I must enjoy during my life. It means here that it's a parcelled part of this sentence using such kind of preposition or using such kind of, how can I say that, helping words. This is a parcelled sentence. And this is the short version of my article. In my article, I gave such kind of information about the parcelled sentence, especially about the translating two languages, English and Uzbek, or the Uzbek and English. This is. And thanks for your attention.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? I see that there are only 3 people in the conference room. So I'm just waiting, checking that this is a period where nobody is presenting. and that I don't have a sound issue. Can the lady by the name of Maxima please confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you, but you cannot do it.
Okay, perfect. I can hear you too. I can hear you too. Thank you. And good morning to you.
Really?
Yes.
There is a problem?
No, there is no problem. I'm on time. And so my presentation should start maybe in the next 33 minutes or something like that.
Which room are you in now?
I have no idea. This is the link that we received, and so that's all I have. I don't have anything else. I don't know which room this is. And I don't know that it's divided by I'm the last presenter. And I'm glad there is still about another half hour for me to figure out where I should be going. If it's not here, then it's got to be somewhere else.
But I couldn't do my presentation because no one could hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you pretty well now. But I'm wondering about where I'm going to be presenting. Is there another room that I should head to?
There are 4 rooms.
Yes. Okay. So let me check in
This
that.
one must be room number 2.
Yes. Yeah, this, okay. Maybe this, I now have the link for the second day for the 9th, 10 December. But I don't have another link. Let me see. It doesn't look as though.
At the bottom, there is, we have whole conference or conference hall.
Yes.
If you put that button you can get 4 rooms. One of them you can choose.
Yes. I'm not sure I'm getting that. I'm not sure I am getting that. I don't see. Just see a link which says that this is the password for the 9th and 10th of December. And that's all the information I have received. Is there somebody else?
8th of December?
Sorry, no. Yeah, 10th of December. Yes, December 10th. That's what I've received. So it says that it's the link for the 9th and 10th of December. And I clicked on the link and there I can see you and you can see me, but I can't seem to find where everybody else, where is the fun taking place.
Just a moment.
Yeah,
I will look through it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just a moment. First of all, I should have the program. And can you repeat your surname, please, again? Can you repeat your surname again?
Yes, I'll write it on the chat. It's Radawi. It's the last presenter. I'm the last presenter on the list today.
Radawi.
Yep.
online learning is user experience.
Yes,
But you have enough time.
I do.
Yeah, you have started it at 4:35. Yeah,
Yes, that's right.
you have more than an hour.
That's okay. But where should I be? In which room should I be? In this same room, or is it another room that has been designated for me?
No, for all rooms, you should do it. Because this is a section, seminars must be in different rooms. After seminars, you have, we have keynote lecture.
Right.
And one of them is you, yes. But
In this
before you
room.
also, we have 2 people from different countries. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. You can stay here.
I will.
It's normal.
No, it's no issue. Thank you for clarifying this for me because I was confused initially.
You're welcome.
Is there going to be any particular speaker in this time from here until 4:30?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we now have 5 people. So we're starting to have some kind of company. And what is your last name? Are you Maxima? What's that?
Habibullah.
Habibullah.
Habibullah Makhlio.
Okay, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, which university do you teach?
Say it again, please.
Which university do you teach?
I teach in the state of Wyoming. Wyoming is in the United States. So this is a small university city called Laramie, Laramie. So Wyoming, the University of Wyoming is where I teach in the United States.
Okay, great.
And you are at, you work at Orange. Am I pronouncing it right? Orange State University?
No, I'm not from this university.
Okay. Which university are you from?
Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan. Do you know?
Almaty?
Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies.
Okay. Great. Tashkent State University. Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't been there yet.
You should.
I'm working on it. Believe it or not, I'm working on it. I'm hoping this will happen. That part of the world I have yet to discover I've yet to discover and roam into. And is winter good there, or is it too cold at this time of year?
It's snowy, but a little bit cold. Not too cold.
Yes, actually, because here it snows about 6 months a year. And good morning, everyone. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Ali, how are you?
Hello, Dr. Azmat Akbarov.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
nice to
nice
see
to
you,
meet you.
man.
Yeah,
How
we
are you, sir?
had another chat, another Zoom room. So it seems that we have a very wonderful conversation going on here as well, right?
Well, we're ready for ready speaker to start, so I'm fine. I will mute my microphone as soon as I have to. It's good to see everybody.
Good to see you. No, in our conference, sometimes we organize like in London Hyde Park. There's the 10-15 minutes you can talk whatever comes to your mind and with anyone out of topic, out of linguistics. So we have like 9 minutes more, and then we'll start with the Theodora Popescu. Let me go to another Zoom room, so I will call others to join us. People stuck there, I think.
Okay, well, this is a good time for me to say hello to Dr. Raima Aljar from Saudi Arabia. Hello, Doctora. So good to see you. This is one familiar face, but everybody else is, of course, welcome. It's good to, okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So good to see you, everybody.
What time is it in Idaho?
Actually, this is Wyoming.
Midnight?
It's 3:17 a.m.
3? Or
Yes.
whoa!
Yes.
Whoa! Oh my God! And you're still up.
Yes, I came from home to the office, and here I am.
Okay, okay,
Well, it's worth it. It's got to be worth it.
okay. So do you have classes tomorrow morning?
Sorry?
Do you have classes tomorrow morning? Because if it's 3 a.m., then
Yeah. No, I'll finish. Yeah, I'll finish this and go back home. Home is only about 5 minutes walk.
Still in the office. Oh my God. Why don't you just sleep in the office, continue and sleep in the...
It's a very good suggestion, Doctora. Yeah, I will take it into account. My wife said that I should come home. So I couldn't sleep here.
Recording in progress. Oh no. No, the audio is bad. Dr. Ali, how cold is it in Idaho? No, the microphone is off.
Yeah, thank you.
How cold is it?
Actually,
Below zero.
It's gonna be maybe something like -9 or -10 degrees centigrade.
Ooh, Fahrenheit? or Celsius?
No,
Fahrenheit?
Celsius. Celsius.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh. And how about electricity and power and gas and heating and this? Is everything
No.
okay or?
Yeah, no, everything's okay. Otherwise, nobody can live here without heating or without electricity. We can't
know,
even live
I know.
for a day.
In
So,
Europe, they are living like that without power and heating and gas and.
if we had no power, I'd fly back to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah. Now you can apply for a visa online, get it in 2 days, hop on the plane and come. Stay for a year. Can you imagine? Pay 100
yeah.
euros.
Yeah.
Year.
Tell me about it. I've heard that there were different changes
Yeah.
in the
It's so
visa.
easy. They made it easy because they want tourists to come.
Okay.
Yeah, they want tourists to visit us. So they made life easy.
Yeah,
for the
so
other people.
it's just easy to rent a room or rent an apartment and spend some time there and remember my good old days.
Yeah, you will remember, yes. The general, what is it called? Administration Institute?
Yeah. Institute of Public Administration.
Public, there is public. I forgot the word. Public. I thought administration only, not public administration.
Okay, the Institute of Public Administration.
You know, because if you don't use the names of these things, you forget them, the exact names.
Yeah.
And how are the kids? Roman and Ola.
Ola just graduated the day before yesterday with a PhD in education. So,
oh my God, they're not the ones. They are, wow, they have a PhD.
only 2 days ago. Actually, here's the paper. You can't see that, right? No, you can't see that.
No, it's off. And how about Anna and Omar and
Amir?
Amir, the oldest. Amir is the oldest one.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Let's start the conference. Very nice chat. Now we have another plenary speaker. Yes. Let me introduce first that today we have a very good friend of FLTL conference, a person that I know for a long period of time. Even when I was visiting lecturer at Bosnia and Herzegovina, even we had exchange students with this university, and particularly with the 1st December 1918 University in Alba Iulia. So it's a very lovely university, and it carries a very historical name, which really makes a sense for the whole Romania, why the university carries such a historical date, because in 1918, when, as Theodora told me, it's the Great Union Day. It's the December 1st, it's the marking the unification of Transylvania, Bessarabia, and Bukovina with the Romanian kingdom. And that's how they call it the Great Union. And it happened in 1st December 1918 in Alba Iulia. And also, this is a very lovely small city, but a very pleasant, very joyful, and very live. Several times I made a trip as an exchange program, as a visiting lecturer. I met all the people there. And since then, Dr. Theodora Popescu, for the last 12 years, we had a very productive cooperation. And since then, in any occasion, I'm trying to invite her as a plenary speaker, to be the part of the project, etc. So, and now she's representing this university with the very marvelous PhD students as well. So just a couple of hours ago, we had a very nice lecture by the PhD students, Gabriela and Francesca Horvath with the white copy as well. So very nice people from Romania. And now Dr. Teodora Popescu, she will talk about pragma semantics of cancellation in the academia. Dr. Teodora, floor is yours. Please go on.
Thank you very much. I just want to start by saying that it's a great honor for me, again, as always. I actually took part in the first edition of this conference, like you said, 12 years ago, yeah. And ever since, we have been great collaborators in the academic field. Dr. Akbarov has published a lot of his research in our journals. He was also a plenary speaker for our CLIA conference, but he also came on Erasmus exchanges and met with our students, and we did a lot of great things together, and I do hope that this will continue. And just to take up on what you said about our city, I want to tell everybody, and with your permission, Dr. Akbarov, I will send the invitation to the CLIA conference within the, I don't know, the coming days, and me and my doctoral students, and actually all the staff here in Alba Iulia will be glad to invite you all and to I don't know, to somehow resume our CLIA conference, because this year we did not organize it, so we skipped it, sort of skipped it this year. We just were too busy, and somehow we didn't feel like organizing it online again. So we are really hoping for for a face-to-face encounter, and we do hope that next year it will be possible. It will be sometime in June, I think, but I need to launch the call for papers, and then I really would love to have all of you there, and I don't know, to be able to cooperate in all fields. We do have a school of linguistics, which is quite well established here at our university, and we do have a doctoral school as well, as I said. So maybe we can do something together with our doctoral students together. Yeah, I mean, prepare some seminars for them, and I don't know. So the invitation is open, and I'm really looking forward to our cooperation in the future. And like you said, Alba Iulia is a lovely city, and we'll be glad to host you all. Some of you again, yes, and others for the first time. All right. So as regards my presentation, the pragma semantics of cancellation in the academia is actually part of a larger study that I'm carrying out at the moment, and I'm doing so because it is becoming extremely important, and it is a widely spread phenomenon, cancel culture in general, but also now the fact that it has hit somehow the academia is something that should concern us, that is a real concern to us, in particular because academia, as we have known it, as it has been known across the years, should be a place for that promotes, that advocates, that cherishes freedom of speech. And apparently, it is increasingly becoming more and more difficult for academics to do so. They have to beware of what they say, of what, in particular, of what they post on media, on social media. well, because especially since this rise in information technology, social media platforms, we have to be very careful with the content that we are distributing. All right, so yeah, very briefly, my presentation will have a short introduction, touching upon, yeah, again, very briefly on some literature review, then methodology, analysis, and conclusions. According to Merriam-Webster, canceling and cancel culture have to do with the removing of support for public figures in response to their objectionable behavior or opinions. These can include boycotts or refusal to promote their work. Well, this is a dictionary definition. Obviously, the phenomenon is much more complex, and to be honest, it is difficult to give one single accepted definition of cancel culture, and social media censorship as canceling, because it comes in so many shapes that it is difficult. So actually this is one of my conclusions, the fact that it somehow escapes categorization. It is difficult to establish a pattern in this sense. You can't say that this is what happens in cancel culture and this is the pattern that we follow. No, it's like I said, it comes in many sizes and shapes, and that's why it is difficult to have a single accepted definition. Somehow it is about groups that successfully manage to apply pressure to punish someone for expressing allegedly offensive or perceived wrong opinions. At worst, what can happen is for people to lose their jobs, for people to people get harmed in some way, but again, this idea of boycotting raises some doubts, and yeah, another definition, so to say, of this phenomenon is that it was compared by Dershowitz to McCarthyism. He says that cancel culture is the new McCarthyism of the woke generation. As with the old McCarthyism, it ends careers, destroys legacies, breaks up families, and even causes suicides, with no semblance of due process or opportunity to disprove the often false or exaggerated accusations. Again, this is not quite true, because in some cases, people do get to disprove the accusations. Sometimes they get reinstated in their jobs, and things somehow get back to normal. But the whole process is painful, is derogatory, because it does harm you in a way, even if not in the end, it doesn't harm you professionally, it would harm you emotionally, because somehow it is harmful, as I said. Yeah, and now, yeah, why I'm saying that I wouldn't generalize the idea of boycott is exactly this. The case of famous people who are already rich. I mean, yeah, J.K. Rowling was cancelled. All right, we know that that instance. What we know what happened to her. The fact that she was cancelled. She was publicly accused of being a TERF. yeah, meaning a trans exclusive radical feminist. I don't know if you are familiar with the case. Well, however, in her Rowling, in her huge platform, she promoted anti-trans rhetoric, including several tweets. Basically, what she did, she somehow said that using different pronouns is wrong, or she shouldn't be forced to use different pronouns. She was somehow in favor of the right to misgender trans people. That means to use she or her pronouns for trans men, or he, him pronouns for trans women. All right, so, well, she got canceled, but let's be honest, considering her fortune, actually, she was not boycotted. I mean, who would really stop reading Harry Potter? Who would really stop watching the movies? Who would really boycott her? But indeed, it was some sort of situation that she faced. That's why this is my point this is exactly my point in saying that it is difficult to find an all-encompassing definition for the process of cancel culture, and we should study it individually in a way. Now, as far as these gender identity pronouns are concerned, it is something that is really important for us as linguists, because I have been teaching semantics for, I don't know, 15 years, all right, and I do a lot of compositional semantics, in the sense that I analyze I decompose parts of speech, and this is one of the approaches that I use in my semantics. And I do analyze nouns, pronouns, verbs from a grammatical and semantic perspective. So every year I need to somehow revise my my course. I need to revise what I teach, because I need to take into consideration all these changes that take place in the language, right? I mean, if we go back to if we start from Chomsky, if we start from the well-reputed linguists and the way they treated decompositional semantics, we see that now we have to do a lot of research, and we need to take a lot of things into account. For example, what happens now with the word bachelor, yeah, and how the feminine of bachelor is no longer spinster, but it also has bachelorette, and the semantic components in all these cases are becoming more and more different. And in the case of pronouns, there is this dilemma. All right, when we teach pronouns, and when we decompose pronouns into semantic units, into semines, what exactly do we add for gender? Because until now it was plus female, plus or minus female, or plus male minus male. Now we do have to add a semantic component of transgen, or for example, yeah. So things are evolving from the perspective of semantics of linguistic analysis. This is just an example of the pronouns that that the LGBTQ+ community are are actually trying to make the mainstream community use. And a lot of universities nowadays have adopted this policy of using these pronouns, and in all the forms that people have to fill in, they are allowed to state what pronouns they prefer. Well, this all comes out of, let's say, respect for one's gender identity. It is somehow accepted by professional American psychological, psychiatric associations that inclusive language usage for this LGBTQ+ youth and adults does decrease bouts of depression, social anxiety, I don't know, suicidal drives, other negative mental health factors. So it is advised that we should actually take that into account. But then again, the question arises: where is the balance? All right, we do acknowledge we have to use all these pronouns, but then again, where is the freedom of speech? If somebody does not really agree with this issue, aren't they really allowed to have their say, to have a stance? So again, where is censorship? Where is the limit? Where does freedom of speech end, and where does censorship start? So this is an issue that the academia is really confronted with nowadays, and that's why we need to consider all that. I need to ask Dr. Akbarov to help me with timing. Maybe I should skip some of the slides of my presentation.
No, take your time. Yes, for Alba Uhulia, we have 10 minutes as a bonus. Yes, definitely.
Okay, I'll try not to use that now, because I think Professor Radawi has to present as well, following my presentation, and also, well, there are other presenters as well, right? Okay, yeah, but just an example of these, just an example for these pronouns. There are pronouns that are in use at the time, some of them being sort of gender neutral, and we might come across these ones, they, them, theirs, because this is a pretty common gender neutral pronoun. It can be used in the singular. They can be, well, we are used to that by now. So we can add in semantics, actually, when we have they, we can add plus singular, although in the past that would have been inconceivable. Now it is possible to add for semantic components plus singular, okay, plus minus singular, according to the context. If I give the context to the students, then they would probably have to add plus singular. It is not new to English speakers. It is often used when we do not know the person we are talking about. Yeah. Okay. Then we have ze, her, here. Z is this Z is pronounced as I said, Z, but can also be spelled Z-I-E or X-E, and it replaces she, he, they. Here is pronounced here, and replaces her, hers, him, his, they, theirs. Per, pers, this is a short version of person. Then this is curious, but again, it exists, it is. In the past, they were they would carry a plus offensive semantic component. Now, not really, not anymore, because as long as you are not misgendering someone, these are all right. These are all right to use. And of course, there is what we call just my name, please. Because some people prefer not to use pronouns at all, using their name as a pronoun instead every time they refer to that person, even if it is repetitive, and even if, according to our general discourse rules for coherence and cohesion, we know that we used to teach our students do not repeat the name of the person, yeah, use the ictics. Well, nowadays the ictics are becoming more fluid and more difficult to like I said, to categorize. Okay. I won't linger too much on literature review, just very briefly. I would try to explain the framework. Irony, so I somehow tried to apply the concepts of irony versus sarcasm, and to consider that there are different types of irony, starting from proper irony to sarcasm, which again can carry different degrees of offensiveness, which they balance between politeness. Yeah, so there is a continuum starting from politeness to impoliteness. Yeah, we may speak of jocular irony, of non-sarcastic irony, of ironic sarcasm, or non-ironic sarcasm. And the degrees to which all these types of irony and sarcasm are offensive, again, is a matter of individual particular analysis. All right, some of the principles at work. The irony principle, Leach, yes. Hughes mentioned distinction, Wilson and Sperber, pretense theory, allusional pretense theory, irony as relevance in appropriate theory, distinction of irony either as meaning reversal or meaning replacement, and also some typical humor and sarcasm theories considered as face-threatening acts. But as I said, I won't concentrate very much on all these aspects because, like I said, the research is still in progress, and when the final paper is finished, then I would like to share it with you and actually get your feedback on it. All right, so yeah, the aim of the presentation, as I said, and as I already started doing, was to somehow unveil the pragmasemantic traits of language used by academic offenders. As you can see, I have offenders in inverted commas because as we will see in some of the examples, we need to be careful in actually calling somebody as an offender, as long as I don't know, as long as due process has not taken place. Yeah. Academics who were subsequently cancelled, and this cancellation involves suspension, termination of contract, resignation, replacement by another professor. So there are various actions that the university management can take against these people. Usually they take these measures as a follow-up to some group actually reacting negatively to what a professor says. So in general, it is not the university management taking action by itself, by themselves. They somehow do that in reaction to what happens in the academic environment. All right, the analysis is performed on the list compiled by the National Association of Scholars in November 2022, which recorded 255 cases of cancel culture in North American higher education. This is a screenshot of actually the site that deals with this issue. This analysis involved an overview of alleged offenses, of which ranked highest racism, expected, actually, 159 cases, sexism, 27 cases, transphobia, 24 instances, homophobia, 21 instances. In many cases, actually, several such allegations were brought to just one offender, so to say. Again, as I said before, it is very difficult to find a pattern, because among the offenses that were brought against these people, I will just give you one example. Anti-police statements, all right, and then you might think, okay, then I don't have to speak against the police. It's wrong to speak against the police. But then again, you take another look at the list and you just say, wait, what? And because you see that some people were canceled because they had pro-police statements. And then you start wondering, for goodness sake, then what do I have to say? Can I say anything about the police at all? So, and yeah, I mean, there are such instances, for example, pro-Trump, anti-Trump statements. Again, both cases of cancellations, people who spoke in favor of Trump, people who spoke against Trump. I don't want to, I'm really trying to refrain from making any sort of personal comments. I'm not expressing attitudes. I'm just trying to stay factual. And I'm just trying to analyze what really happened in here. In some cases, cancellation occurred due to behavior which was considered inappropriate. So not only in the cases of statements. In some cases, statements were not made in the university. Sometimes statements or I don't know, opinions were expressed outside outside the campus. Sometimes statements were made with reference to something that happened in the academia, and that was also considered wrong. Okay, so let me, and in some cases, but I said I will refrain from making personal opinions. In some cases, the offense was blatant. Let me, so yeah, cases which involve mostly behavior were removed from the analysis. For example, one professor dressing up as Michael Jackson for a Halloween party, which was very personal, yeah. But it was due to the fact that some pictures were posted on social media, then that was considered racist, and there was this issue with racism just because he did that. My focus was mainly on language production and ensuing reactions. Okay, so just briefly, findings reveal that offenses range from ironic, sarcastic statements in email communication. Gordon Klein from UCLA, I will present this case study, to mentioning the N-word in relation to an article about how Facebook solved the issue to various forms of the N-word in different cultures and countries. This is an interesting situation. Actually, students, the professor brought an article to the class. They read the article that article referred to that issue, and the fact that he raised the discussion in the class was considered offensive. Then another example was that of criticizing the conduct of a teaching assistant who did not allow class discussion on gay marriage. We will discuss that as well. And also making off topic, this time non-ironic, although if technology helps me, I would like to present that instance to you. Sarcastic statements during lectures. Okay, so the case of the professor who actually criticized the behavior of his teaching assistant, yeah, the John McAdams case. So actually, but basically what happened? There was a philosophy class, theory of ethics. The teaching assistant, Cheryl Abate, she tried to apply a philosophical text to modern political controversies, and she listed some issues on the board, and then the issue of gay rights was raised. She somehow said she dismissed the issue, saying that everybody agrees on that and there is no need to discuss it. In the class, there was this student who wanted to discuss it, but he didn't do it. Nevertheless, during the break, he talked to the teaching assistant, right? Again, the teaching assistant, she said that no, we are not doing this because if we make any sort of comment regarding this, even if it is a philosophy class, even if we express an idea that is opposed to gay rights in a way, then it means we will offend the gay people in the classroom, so we shouldn't do it. Obviously, the student then withdrew him from the class, but the teacher, John McAdams, the professor, actually published this on his blog, the whole situation, and he got cancelled as a result. Again, trying to refrain from any personal opinions. In this case, there is definitely no irony involved, no sarcasm involved. This is one of the cases where we have clear statements against against a behavior. And it goes like this. Like the rest of academia, Marquette is less and less a real university, and when gay marriage cannot be discussed, certainly not a Catholic university. So this is a statement that could rather be included under somehow face-threatening acts. But still, it is a personal blog, it is a personal opinion of a professor, which was heavily condemned by liberal groups, and the professor was suspended for a while, although he managed to defend himself, and he was later on reinstated in his rights. So this is one example that would not go under the categorization of sarcasm, but rather face-threatening acts, in the sense that it criticizes the university, and the university might feel threatened by such a statement, that they are no longer a real university. So this is actually the offense, right, in this case. Okay, the second example is of a professor who declined to accommodate demands to award lenient grades to his African-American students in the wake of George Floyd's death. Again, we remember the issue. He received demands, well, lenient grades somehow, and removing the date of the exam, so he was asked to provide special treatment to African-American students. And the email that he wrote back to in response to that, again, this is an example of ironic sarcasm with no real face-threatening stance. Yeah. Definitely in this case, we have an identifiable power distance attitude, because let's be honest, professors, university professors, somehow until now did have an undeniable, unquestionable status due to their education, experience, position, the fact that they are academics, professors are imparters of knowledge, that they are respected in the academic community. There is a sort of power distance between them and the students, the other colleagues, those who are lower in the hierarchy, teaching assistants and so on. And this is again something that is being more and more challenged. So this is the email. Yeah. Do you know the names of the classmates that are Black? How can I identify them since we've been having online classes only? Are there any students that may be a mixed parentage, such as half Black, half Asian? What do you suggest I do with respect to them? Obviously, it's rhetorical. He doesn't wait. He's not waiting for an answer. Yeah. Also, do you have any idea if any students are from Minneapolis? I assume that they probably are especially devastated as well. And yeah, and he goes on using this sarcastic tone. Can you guide me on how you think I should achieve a no harm outcome, since our sole course grade is from a final exam only? One last thing strikes me. Remember that Martin Luther King famously said that people should not be evaluated based on the color of their skin. Do you think that your request would run afoul of MLK's admonition? Thanks, G. Klein. Again, obviously we can go further with the analysis of this text, but the analysis would go along these ironic sarcasm definition of discourse in this case. Yes, analysis of discourse, although not really face-threatening stance. Okay, and the third one, in this case, this is a more interesting case. We deal with a non-sarcastic, actually offensive, non-humoristic. So it's not really sarcasm. It's not. It is purely offensive. So it's not non-sarcastic humor, and it is a face-threatening act in this case. The professor actually said something like, how do you say quiet in Mexican? Is Mexican a thing, really? But obviously, I mean, if I can play it for you, and if you can, if I cannot play it, maybe you can just hear it. He also, he actually wanted to be funny, although he was not. He was funny to some. It would be interesting to hear how some of the the students in the class actually laughed at what he said. But again, this is a result of the power distance situation, because you as a student, in order to curry favor from your professor, would even laugh at some jokes, even if they are not funny. Yeah, I mean, it is some sort of behavior that does happen in the class. Yeah, and he keeps saying, did I insult them? And then he said something like, someone tell me if they start running in here with their weapons, which again is clearly yeah, face threatening. Okay, do I still have time, or because I mean, this would be I just have conclusions, and that would be all.
Yeah, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, let's see. If it works from the first attempt, then I'll do it. If not, I won't. Apparently not, right? Okay. Sorry, I was afraid that this might be the case. Yeah. And now I can't make it bigger, but it's all right. Tell me, please, if you can still see my screen.
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. In conclusion, so what can be said in conclusion to this analysis is the fact that it was difficult to find any sort of pattern that I could give as standard for cancel culture in the academia. I also identified this power distance situation, which governed the relations between the offenders and the offended in a way. So the linguistic expressions used, the discourses used by the offenders contained this stance of power distance, which in a way governed the whole analysis of our discourse. Irony and sarcasm were identified as patterns, but as I mentioned before, there was this whole range of irony, ironic sarcasm, and non-ironic sarcasm, and just face-threatening acts. Also, it is important to say that what I identified was also a situation-based type of a situation and socially determined situation in each of the cases. And cancellation also occurred based on personal views expressed not necessarily in connection with the academic environment in which the culprits activated. And in some cases, the allegedly offensive statements were explicit, but in some other cases, they were only implied. I could not, I did not have time to present that example as well. All right, some of the references I used, and I certainly want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you again, and the great honor that I have to be part of this conference for so many years is with me, and a heartfelt thank you, Dr. Akbarov, for everything that you are doing in the field of linguistics, and your capacity to bring people together is amazing. And I would really love to come back again in person to one of your conferences, because what you do in terms of bringing people together and well, bringing great minds together. This is what you do. You do meetings of great minds, and that is wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks
again.
a lot, Dr. Theodora. As in Romania, they say mulțumesc. And
yes.
It's a great pleasure, yeah, to have you here. And wonderful presentation. Yeah, I mean, the topic you raised, it's a very recent phenomena, and it's a widespread. And sometimes people are type of the persecuted or followed up by the speech or by linguistic property. And sometimes there's a misinterpretation or whatever. So anyway, very nice that as Francis, he presented about the wearing the mask, and you are presenting how to the issues at universities. Such a wonderful topics today from Alba Iulia. Again, multimask. So now we are running out of time, and now let me present. Actually, she was supposed to present yesterday, but due to the conflict schedule, we replaced her with Jean from London. So now another speaker, I mean, Dr. Saudat Akbarova from Tashkent State University for Oriental Studies. And this university, one of the leading university providing majors in most of Oriental languages, like Korean, Japanese, Indonesian, Malay, Chinese, etc. One of the biggest. And she's representing this university. And yesterday, the rector of this university, she was addressing you as a welcoming speech. And now she will talk about intercultural communication, the importance of encoding and decoding systems in language teaching. Ms. Saudat, floor is yours, please go on. Yeah, turn on your microphone, please.
Sorry, okay. Thank you. Good day, dear participants. Thank you very much for organizers of this conference, which is very informative. I am fascinated, actually. So let me start my presentation. Okay, good. My topic is about intercultural communications, the importance of encoding and decoding systems in language teaching. Objective is the fundamental nature of culture and language communication, definition of encoding and decoding systems, and encoding and decoding the meaning of English idioms. So actually in my research, I tried to explore the theories about the fundamental nature of culture and language communication in language teaching. So using the target language in unfamiliar situations disorients learners. They may confuse and misunderstand the concept of sending or receiving the message. Mostly while in my teaching process, I try to involve my students. I try to create some English atmosphere, and we start our classes mostly with different idioms. I tend to explain them the etymology or the origin of several idioms or linguistic features, phrases of English, and it is really exciting. They love listen the history of idioms, the history of euphemisms, taboos, and by this I try to integrate my students into English atmosphere, English culture. So what we do in my research, I try to explore several methods of decoding encoded phrases. So how to do it, how it will be much more interesting and informative for my students. So when we speak about, firstly, intercultural communication, it has a lot of aspects. So national, mental qualities, linguistic features, cultural features, ethnocultural, linguistic, cultural background, and all this scope of intercultural communication, which is actually getting much more interesting and important, especially these days when the world is getting integrated. Yeah, we are living in a globalization. So, and that's why not only English, but all we try to learn, get to know some features of different cultures, and it is exciting. So intercultural communication, special emphasis is placed in global linguistics on the study of transmission in language of the world's picture, the implementation in language units of the way of life, national mental qualities, and the character of the people. So intercultural communication is a discipline that investigates communication across different cultures and social groupings, of how culture impacts communication. It refers to the vast range of communication processes and challenges that naturally arise within an organization or social setting composed of people from many religious, socioeconomic, ethnic, and educational backgrounds. In this way, we can say that individuals from different nations and cultures act, interact, and perceive the world around them. Rather than total absorption, the objective is mutual adaptation between two or more separate cultures. So leading to multiculturalism or biculturalism. So definition, what is encoding or decoding? Encoding is a process of translating information into a form that can be transmitted to another person or system. It's sending. When we use idioms, so the member of the certain nation can easily understand the meaning of the idiom. But when we are speaking about target language, of course, learners may face difficulties in decoding the idioms or other phrases. So decoding is the process of translating the information from a form that was transmitted by another person or system. It's actually receiving. Okay. So firstly, we must pay attention to the semantic and pragmatic aspects of phrases. Okay, here example. I want to introduce one example in Uzbek, then in English too. So semantically, when we see the phrase "siz şiirdasiz," it means that you are here, nor any concept, nor any meaning. But pragmatically, it may refer to many things. It may refer to happiness, grief, complaint, request, refusal, or discrimination. One phrase, you are here, by the concept, by the intonation, was a way of addressing or expressing this phrase, we may mean a lot by using this phrase. So when it comes to methods to decode some encoded items, here I can find 6 methods. You may add several of them, actually from your own side. First, we may provide a translation or we may provide an equivalent, explain the meaning, explain the transformation, so explain the etymology of the phrase, or use digital apps and visualize with pictures. So when I say item, encoded, decoded, mostly here I mean idioms, because as an example, I get in my research idioms because they are much more interesting and cultural connected. So here encoding and decoding of phrases, how I try to explain which methods I use in my classes. So first, let's start with just encoding the phrases. So firstly, the method which my students very like, it is explains the etymology of the idioms, because knowing and getting information about the history of the origin of the phrases or idioms are very interesting, because here you know not only the meaning of the idiom, you will get information about the history and culture traditions of the target language, target nation. So providing background information about the development of the English language will increase learners' enjoyment and understandings of encoded phrases. So let's get one example. With the phrase, with the items, food items. English food items such as pork, beef, mutton, and veal have a story to tell. While explaining how to decode phrases in teaching, we also aim to reveal the richness and diversity of English language. For example, when the victorious Normans communicated with the conquered Saxons, it was presumably with much arm waving and broken attempts at each other's language. Also, French and English did gradually merge. It was a process which took 3 or 4 centuries. For a long time, French was the language of the social elite, while English was confined to the uneducated masses. A farmyard to table study bears witness to this. The animals that present peasants, reared and tended, have retained their old English names. The meat that was served to the Norman masters is known by French equivalents. So surprisingly, okay, look at, sorry. So when we look at some food idioms, meat phrases, we see that the name of the animal and the name of the meat differs from each other. Pig, we say pork. Ox, beef. Sheep, mutton. Calf, veal. Etymologically, all these phrases trace back French language. We get it from French language. So, and the history, we see that here's an example, not example actually, the real story that why English language is adapted from French, because when English was not so popular, was a period when French language was used among elite, among wealthy people. So people tend to use French language instead of English, even in the items like important items which we use in cuisine, in different cuisine, national cuisines. So encoding and decoding the meaning of English idioms. Okay, again, as I have said, each idiom has its story, has different interesting etymology, and I would like to share with some of them. Okay, first one is the phraseological unit reflects the ethnic and cultural peculiarities of a specific nation. They are the best source of information about the people and their traditions. For example, the etymology of the idiom "bring home the bacon," okay, dates back to 1111 and is associated with the tradition of Dunmow Flitch in the town of Great Dunmow in Essex. When a newly couple swore in church that they had not quarreled or even considered divorce in the previous year, the couple was given smoked pork. And it is a fierce pig catching competitions were organized, and the winner took the pig home. However, the phraseology has been used since 1910. When the famous American boxer won in the ring, his mother exclaimed, "He promised to bring home the bacon," and he did it. According to the Oxford component to American history. This event was a cause of the emergence of a new idiom. So, bring home the beacon. In Uzbek, the equivalent of this idiom is "Oz arabasini o'zi tortmoq", nonini topmoq. We use here the item bread to find his bread, actually. Next idiom, mutton dressed as lamb, also very, very interesting. As a phraseology, mutton dressed as lamb directly expresses the everyday life of the English people. It's known that the English cuisine has a special sauce for each type of meat. Therefore, lamb is not served with mutton sauce. At the same time, the rules of the cultural norm are strictly followed, and from the norm is considered uncultured. Therefore, the English lingua culture, the idiom mutton dressed as lamb is used in relation to adult women dressed like girls. Uzbek equivalent of this idiom is "kampir qiz bo'laman" deydi. Here was a translation of this idiom into English is when adult woman, old lady, wants to be a girl. So a little bit different, but the meaning, the concept of the idioms are the same. Mutton dressed as lamb. So when we are speaking about cultural code, each nation has its own unique codes. So when it comes to Uzbek language, one of our famous cultural codes is dish osh. We can say that Uzbek people cannot imagine their life without osh. Yeah. Most of the gastronomic phraseological units formed with the help of the idiom or the phrase osh. Cultural code reflects the ethnic rituals of the Uzbek people. For example, osh bermoq means prepare osh in special large cauldrons at weddings and other events, distributed to the people. Oshini yemoq means to eat someone's osh. Qachon oshin yeymiz. Literally, people ask about it when they want to know someone's wedding. When you're going to get married, in Uzbek culture, they must have to get married at a specific time. And that's why as soon as the member of our nation misses this time, misses this period, people keep asking them about their wedding time. When are you going to, when we're going to go to your wedding party, or when are you going to get married? And they use the idiom oshini qachon yeymiz, when are we going to eat your osh? So okay, defining lingua cultural code of idioms. Gastronomic science have a semiotic and ethnocultural character. Units with this component express a specific cultural semiotic symbol. This is an ethnocultural connotation that generates a certain association in the minds of native speakers. Its semiotic integration depends on a certain sociocultural duration. The formation of ethno-linguistic and cultural code is carried out in depth of the ethnic culture as a system of science, and it has a multi-stage character. In general, in idiomatic units, there are cultural codes that express symbolic meanings specific to each nation. Consequently, in English lingua culture, bread is a symbol of money, expresses hope for the future. Milk is considered as a symbol of purity and justice, and butter is a symbol of wealth and softness. Okay, we can understand it from the variety of idioms. These codes will occur in analyzing the idioms or lingua cultural items. So it was about the etymology of the idioms. The methods, one of the methods which you can use in your teaching process to explain how idioms occur, how why a specific nation uses this definite item to express some emotional conditions. So the second actually type of translating or not translating, explaining or decoding encoded phrases is linguosemiotic model. Linguosemiotic model, also very interesting. It's transformation. I also tried to use this method with my students, but this method was not so interesting. Most of my students got bored, and unfortunately I got some negative feedback from this transformation model, linguocultural model. So, but anyway, it's one of the aspects to explain idioms and their connotation. So let's try to analyze the first idiom here. To try over spilled milk. So first, let's look at the model. So G is the gastronomic component, T image, food image transformation process, transformation of the verbal code into linguistic and cultural code, and FI, a reflection of a certain type of relationship. Here, let's, with the help of this model, let's analyze the idiom to cry over spilled milk. Spilled milk is food, vested nutrient, rich liquid food, something which is valuable and important, but wasted. To cry over spilled milk in communication. So the example from the novel, Don Manuel was not one to cry over spilled milk. So next idiom, a land of milk and honey. This idiom traced back the Bible. So milk and honey, food, nutrient, rich liquid food, sweet viscous food, adorable and admirable place. It's transfers, yeah. A land of milk and honey. In communication, okay, Luke has said this isn't land of milk and honey like the preachers say. So third idiom, linguosemiotic model, the milk of human kindness. Again, idiom, English idiom, the milk, again, nutrient, rich liquid food, soft and kind behavior, the milk of human kindness, a man just made out of the condensed milk of human kindness. So some conclusions. So in the first idiom, we see that the transformation of a component from a gastronomic code to a socially conditioned state. The phraseological unit spilled milk expresses the meaning of a lost opportunity or lost time. So in this case, in the second idiom, the gastronomic code turns into a special code. The country of dreams, the land of dreams in the representation of humanity is expressed using the gastronomic codes milk and honey. So in the third one, we can see the transformation of the gastronomic code into moral code. So one example with Uzbek idiom, oshke pasha tushdi. There is a fly in the osh. Direct translation of this idiom. Osh is food, traditional food, a strong bond. Oshke pasha tushdi in communication. So er xotin jigar qovurib, endi yemoqchi bo'lib turishgan edi. Egam qo'l aftini keskin burishtirib oshga pasha tushdi dedi, yashir dedi. So again, here we see negative connotation of the osh. The traditional food, when you want to eat something, but someone disturbed you. Here, literally, we use a fly, which is in our osh, in our dish. So, about my experiment with I carried on with my students. 30 students were involved and divided into two. 10 idioms. I used 10 idioms. I tried to explain them. First, the etymology of the idioms, all these idioms, idioms like the land of milk and honey, there is no point crying over spilled milk, bread and butter, know which side of one's bread is buttered, cast one's bread upon the water, and to have one's bread buttered on both sides, eat humble pie and bring home the bacon. So, and after meet mastered and talked to Turkey too. So before the experience, students were divided into two groups. Group A, the etymology of the idioms combining with the culture, history, and religion of the English nation was explained. Students were asked to discuss and try to find the equivalent of the idioms in their native language, here Uzbek language, and students compared traditions of two nations and found similarities and different features of two cultures. The feedback of the learners was very positive, and students were excited of knowing new idioms with their historical features. Group B, transformation method with explanation of linguo-semiotic model was lectured, and the students tried to understand how linguistic code transferred to the lingua-cultural code. This method was a little bit difficult for ESP learners, and they found it a little bit boring. So in conclusion, so encoding decoding model of communication is a communication model that defines a communication process. It starts with the sender encoding the intended message with words, symbols, or other forms of communication. The communication is subsequently decoded by the receiver who attempts to comprehend the intended meaning. So, and the reference which I used, some literature which I used during my research here. Okay, thank you for your attention. That's all with my presentation. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Saudat. Impressive presentation. Yeah, all these sometimes idioms may cause misunderstanding, not only between the nations, but even within the ethnic groups or country, because even though you're living in the same country, but sometimes the linguistic and cultural background may be very different. And that's why the interpretation of some idioms, even in some cities or villages in Uzbekistan, may be analyzed differently. So that's why I think the topic you discuss is very important. And I hope that in the future we can come again together. Yes, since we are living just 2 hours away from Tashkent and Samarkand, I think we will organize a similar roundtable, maybe a short, like half a day roundtable meetings, hopefully, about the idioms. I really like the presentation you submitted. So any questions, Guy, for Ms. Saudat, for you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Saudat. It's a very impressive presentation. Really appreciate it. I really got a joy out of how you made it, and I'm happy that scholars like you in Uzbekistan, I mean, they're making a benchmark how to present and how to make all this analysis and comparison. Happy for your university and happy for yourself as well. Really appreciate it. Yeah, finally, we are coming to the end of the conference, and as the last survivors, I congratulate you guys, and you have a great patience with us. And the last speaker, Dr. Ali Radao, University of Wyoming, United States of America. He's going to focus on online learning as a user experience. And it's my first encounter with the Dr. Ali. So we had several exchange of emails. I never met him personally, and I'm very happy virtually to meet him here. And I do believe that he's going to join the great FLTL club, and hopefully in as soon as time we can host him physically here in Uzbekistan. Dr. Ali, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, well, thank you everybody in attendance, and thank you Professor Akbarov for this great opportunity to be with you today. I also want to thank the organizers of the International Conference of Foreign Language Learning and Applied Linguistics at Urganch State University, and I hope I'm saying it right.
Right.
Great. It's now what? It's 4:39 p.m. Uzbek time, and it's here 4:39 Wyoming time. But the difference is that we're in the AM hours, early AM hours. So I want to say good morning to you. And there's got to be, since you've been waiting for all of this and I've been waiting here, then there's got to be something for me and you. And I would like us to think of this session as more like an opportunity for you to think about this presentation as user experience itself. My presentation is titled Online Learning as User Experience, and I'm hoping to be able to make it short and sweet. My name is Dr. Ali El-Hashmi Ardawi. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Wyoming in Laramie, and I am also a senior research advisor with the Institute of Testing Services Center, the International Testing Service Center in South Korea. And I'm the owner and founder of a small language company called idiomoptima.com. I offer editing and proofreading, online tutoring, translation, and interpretation, research, and consulting. Let's now just ask a few questions that I hope we'll be able to answer. But given the time limits, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to do all of this. But here are some of the questions that I would like you to keep in mind as we proceed in this short presentation. The first question is about the history of UX design. UX design stands for User Experience Design. And I'd like us to think about the history and how it has come about, how it has evolved from what it was in the past and the various manifestations it has had in the past to what it is today as an established field especially in the field of technology. So the question that I will ask is, what is UX design? I will also ask another question, and I will try to respond to it. And this has to do with some of the common applications of user experience in life, in our mundane life. What is happening? What do we do that we can actually consider as user experience and that qualifies as user experience? From then, I will move to another point that I call reservations about user experience and why it is that some people may have reservations about the use of this concept in educational circles. It's a little bit like the question of using gendered pronouns, and that causes a controversy. And the fact that we're talking here about a field that has seen its birth outside of language and outside of education, outside of linguistics, and incorporating it or integrating it into linguistics may cause some people to frown. So I'm going to try and address that as well. I will then move on to to the core of this presentation, which is about what qualifies as best practices in online learning. What makes a good online learning an excellent user experience? Okay, and then eventually I'll try to theorize a little bit for turning user experience into learner experience. So transforming or migrating the concept from technology into education. And I'll try to theorize that a little bit. And I will, if time allows, I'll try to involve us in a short experiment on how we can do this. But I promise I will be short. Okay, so this is my journey in this presentation. Basically, I want to begin by saying what the summary is of this presentation, and it's that user experience is a new concept that has emerged in many fields. And what it advocates is that it is your job as somebody who's in charge of designing the experience to design the best possible experience for end users. So ideally, it will also be my my obligation and my task at this time to provide you with a good user experience. And that's why I invited you initially to think about this presentation, and maybe think about the whole conference, and think about anything else that you do in this life as being an instance or instances, illustrations of user experiences. So just as I said, the brief history of user experience, I'll talk about the objections that have been raised with regard to applying this concept. I'll give a few definitions, but only in passing. I will also talk a little bit about why it is that we need to move from conventional online learning to online learning that is framed under the umbrella of user experience. And then, as I said, I'll talk a little bit about something like the contours of a theory of user experience, or a theory of learner experience, what I call LX experience. And then we'll do that experiment. Okay. Let me say something about the various fields in which user experience, UX, has existed in the past and is still existing. I mean, when we talk about HCI, that is human-computer interaction, this is something that has been going on perhaps since the 70s, but the term itself was born in the early 90s. And it's about how people deal with computers and how people manipulate computers, and the ease or difficulty with which computers are to be manipulated. User experience is also applied in the field of marketing. And I mean, we have all heard it and we've seen it time and time again, and people talking about customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction is also an illustration or an instance of use for user experience. I'm not going to talk a lot about it so much, but I just wanted to say that the user experience is something that has existed since millennia, but the name was not labeled until the 90s or something like that. But then it's a concept. It's a practice, actually. It's a practice that we go through on a daily basis. In architecture, there is the concept called universal design. Universal design in architecture is a very interesting one, because actually it coincides with an act that was issued by the Congress in America here, whereby any buildings that exist or any new buildings that were to be built had to be built according to certain specifications, which make these buildings accessible to the elderly, accessible to people pushing trolleys, accessible to moms who are having their children or pushing their children in those trolleys, accessible to anybody maybe who is short-sighted or something, and even those ramps on the streets are there, and they are part of making the experience of the walker as good as possible, in the sense that if at the end of the street there is a street ramp, then you are not likely to trip and you're not likely to fall down. And so you have a good user experience. And I'm saying all of this in the sense that we really want to learn in education, or maybe we've been talking about this. I mean, I'm not coming up with anything that's new. We want to learn that as we design our learning experiences to the students, we have to think about all of these, and we have to design the best possible experience. Another field where user experience design is being implemented or has been implemented for a long time is the area of international standards organization certification. This has applied to businesses, applied to products, it is applied to services, and it's something that we have all heard of. We're not in daily communication with the people with this organization, ISO, but it's there. In management and in organizations, sorry, and in institutions, we talk about TQM. TQM is total quality management, and total quality management is also an instance of people who are really interested in making sure that there is quality in the way we run our institutions. I have two more examples. This is accreditation. Accreditation is something that we're all after. There are these bodies in accrediting bodies and institutions, certification bodies that exist all over the world and mostly in the United States, whereby they go and they examine or inspect the work of an institution to say that this is really quality work, that your institution is actually certified or accredited to give degrees to students. So, and apply this to learning in general and to online learning in particular, and you find that the task in front of you as a teacher, as an instructor, or as somebody who is in technology, this is a momentous task, and you have to come up with real design that works in the interest of students in the way that we're going to be talking about in a little time. And finally, I want to say that also in terms of English language teaching, we've always talked about learner needs. We have put the learner front and center in our teaching, and so it's not like we've been oblivious, or this is something. This is a concept that is being bombarded on, being parachuted on us all of a sudden. We have always done learner needs. For example, when we design syllabi, or when we decide what to teach students. Do we want to teach students grammar? Do we want to teach them pronunciation? Well, maybe we should teach them communication, because they're going to serve communication, ability to communicate, and is going to help them in the future. So we're also in some ways sensitive to and aware of the concept of user experience, except that we haven't called it user experience. And actually, the number of people who have written about user experience as it applies to online learning is pretty limited. Okay, at this juncture, I would like to talk briefly about some of the reservations people have about implementing the concept of user experience in education in general, and in learning in particular, in online learning very, very specifically. What we need to say by way of understanding this legitimate objection is that, well, there's quite a number of ways of understanding understanding this objection. The first is that we now live in an age of commodification. Everything has become a product, or a service, or a commodity, including education. Where some people may find the idea of turning education into a product, into a commodity, into a service, into something that we think of commercially as problematic, because we would like to think that education is not a commodity, that education is not something that we should trade in and should buy and sell, that it is something like a human right, and so it should not be subject to all of these considerations. So there is a moral issue from the point of view of making sure that we are still in the business of democratizing education and making it freely available to the rest of the people. And so the objection is that if you apply the concept, if you willy-nilly, if you apply the concept of UX design, it may be that you're also turning it into a commercial activity, and that we as educators have things to say about this, because we're not happy with the idea that education is a commodity, and we think of it as something that should be there for the masses. There's also another area, another point, and another reason why people might not be happy with applying the concept of user experience. We just said that user experience is a concept that sprang from technology and sprang from the field of computers. in general, here is our situation now as educators. We are sitting here, you know, you're sitting at your desks, you're working, and every day, every year or every month, there is a new gadget, a new technological gadget that springs up. And so, as a teacher, you find that you are submerged with a high level of technology, lots of gadgetry that you have to adopt. And if you don't adopt it, then people are going to say, look, this guy is still backward. You know, he's still using the tools of a long time ago. And so my fear here is that there is a strong chance and there is a strong caveat for arguing that the people in education are spawning and are creating in big numbers, lots of technologies, and we teachers are being obliged to use them. In other words, it's the technologists who are steering our wheel. And that's something that we should be worried about as educators. I don't want to be there waiting every day for something to come up. And if I don't apply it from technology, then people are going to say, well, this person is not progressive, this person is backward, and this person is not up to date, and this person is technologically challenged. I just have two very brief answers for these objections about the commodification of education in general. And one of these is that we have to adopt a pick and choose attitude. Now, UX design is all over the place, and it's a great concept in principle because it deals with design, deals with implementation, and it deals with delivery, and also includes reviews of products, services, and softwares. If we are going to say, hey, I'm not going to take a look at this because this is something that is outside the field of education, then I'm doing disservice to the field of education. The field of education should also be held to the same rigorous guidelines as other services that we go through, and we have to make sure that we can apply at least this. I'm not saying thereby from there that we're going to necessarily make education all a commodity, that Oregon State University all of a sudden is going to change into just a private university. We want education to be available for the people, but we also want to be open enough and want to be flexible enough to adopt new ways of doing things and applying new concepts into this field. The other answer, which is about technology masterminding pedagogy, is this: that it behooves upon us as educators to domesticate the educational gadgetry. And by domesticating it or taming it, I mean that we should not just apply new technologies without thinking about them. We have to theorize them. We have to put them in educational context, and we have to, in some ways, sift what it is that we can use and what it is that we can't use. And we have to, in some ways, we want to take charge. We educators have to take charge of what we import into education, and that's the stance that I'd like to develop. Let me now go to some definitions of UX design, and I just have 2 slides on this. But generally, UX design has these principles to go by. First of all, it puts people before technology. And I want you to keep in mind that when we say putting people before technology, we are saying that in our context as teachers, we have often talked about a syllabus or a class that is content focused or teacher centered and things like that, or technology centered, that it looks like there's technology all over, but there is no kind of learning. But here we have to be able to domesticate UX design in such a manner that its usage in the classroom becomes intuitive and becomes invisible. The moment we use technology in an invisible way and people don't think about it, then we'll have gotten closer to making it our own. UX design is about is a user experience, and it has a user experience with systems, devices, and products, and it is interested in the usefulness and in the emotional impact of the interaction that we have with technology. User experience involves savoring the memory after the interaction. That is, even after you finish your class, your students should be able to, not just the students, we too, we should be able to think and reminisce about the experience and say that it was a beautiful experience. It was something that helped me memorize. It was something that did the job. So it also contains interaction, okay? The system, as we think about it, has to be interactive. And interaction with systems under UX design principles means that we are going to be able to see the system at work, we will touch it, and we will think about it, and that will include also admiring it. And I know that, I mean, I have not attended an awful lot of conferences with Oregon State University, but I do understand from reading some of the abstracts that there have been a number of people who have been talking about the question of effect, and that it's important for students to feel that the experience is actually awesome, and that they were happy to engage in it. Okay, so I'm just adding a little bit more to the definition, and I will say that UX designers in their field, and later on, when we talk about LX designers, that is us, learner experience designers, we should aim to create interactive systems and services that are enjoyable to use, that do useful things, and that enhance the lives of people who use them. So what that means is that we have to primarily empathize with the learners and feel for them and understand them as users. We need to understand what they value and want, and we need to promote the quality of the interaction that takes place between them and us, the interaction that takes place between they themselves, the learners themselves, and the interaction that takes place with the system and with the technology, with the learning management system, with the video conferencing system, and all of these considerations. Okay, so now again, this is a way of really vulgarizing the concept, making sure that telling you in some ways, sending you the message that, you know, we've always been doing user experience without using this label. Let me just think about ways in which these are visible in our daily lives. For example, I think it is possible at some point for somebody, an observer, a monitor, to look at the online conference, the Oregon State University Foreign Language and Applied Linguistics Conference, as user experience. I mean, in what ways are the users who are present here and the users who have partaken in this conference have been treated in a manner that they find that their experience is memorable, that they have learned something, that they have enjoyed the whole experience. So you can think about this conference as an object of user experience. Let me also just share very quickly a number of other experiences. One of these was also patient-doctor interactions. When you go to a doctor's office, you know, very often you find that the doctor is, of course, very well dressed, is well-to-do, and he or she, now this may not work according to yeah, so this not even this will work. But sometimes the way doctors treat patients leaves much to be desired. In some ways, they may think of them as just patients to be laid on a table and then to be dissected and to be taken the pulse of. And the experience is not always, I'm not saying it is not, but it is not always the best experience. Sometimes there is a power balance between the two. So that too can be thought of as user experience. When you use language learning apps, or when you use computers, or when you use mobile phones, this is all about user experience. I'd like you to think about recent phenomena that we can see now having to do, for example, with hosting and with Airbnb. I mean, Airbnb is all about creating a good user experience. First, because you want to get good feedback from your guests, and then because you really want to make your guests comfortable. So even in bed and breakfast situations, if you don't do a good job, then people are not going to appreciate that, are going to leave the negative comments, and are not likely to return to you. So you have every interest. And the same thing applies to learners, of course, because when you don't create learners, they will be disengaged and they will not follow you, and they will not say, hey, Mr. or Ms. or Dr. X or whatever is a great teacher, and I love to be with them. Think also about your Uber experiences. I mean, when you take Uber, you really want to make sure that the person who is riding with you has the best experience, and that they are comfortable, they are safe, and that they are enjoying the moment, that they are savoring the moment, and they will leave good impression for you and a very good review. About shopping. I mean, when you go shopping, you see lots of instances where the customer is given the best experience. And I'm saying all of this just to say that your experience exists all over the place, but we also have to have it as something that drives and something that guides our thinking as we do education and as we do online learning. Even, for example, even when you go to order food at a restaurant and you find that in the menu there is a QR code, and you can use it and you can order from it, and it makes things easy for you, and so on and so forth. I will even give more mundane examples, like waiting at the bus stop. I mean, imagine that it's now we're in Almata. It's 4 p.m. It's raining cats and dogs, and you are waiting for the bus stop, and there is no shelter, or the shelter is leaking, or it's very cold, and you're not enjoying the experience. So even as somebody who's providing service to the community, you want to think about user experience. I was also thinking about something like trying new shoes. I mean, when you go to a shop and you try new shoes, they give you a seat, they bring you as many shoes as you like, and they take care of you. And all of this is just to say that it's there, it's being implemented all the time. Finally, you can think about this session also as being an instance of user experience. Now, this session is not being designed to be an illustration of user experience, because then I would have to create a lot of activities, including interaction and participation, so I'm here in the business of pushing those slides one after another, and you will bear with that with me. But here is a final example of what makes a great implementation of user experience that happens day in, day out. And that's when you have a guest at your home. When you have a guest at your home, you really want to make sure that that guest is most comfortable. They're comfortably seated. You bring them food, you bring them a dessert, you may have background music playing, you have good talk, and you make sure that that's an example of user experience, all right. Okay. Let me now talk a little bit about some of the central problems that really are at the source of the reason why I'm thinking about user experiences in online environment. And I've seen lots of people. I mean, I've taught online courses, and I know people who are taking online courses, and I know what it means when when students are confused by a system, by an online system that doesn't work for them. You know, it's, first of all, it is confusing. The interfaces are confusing and they are not intuitive. So you want to look for where you want, for example, to put the to submit your assignment. You're looking for the Dropbox in the learning management system, and you can't find it. But this is just a minor problem. A worse problem could be the fact that it's just the teacher talking to you on and on and on and on, and then you're yawning and you say, how long is it gonna take, God? So when there is no engagement on the part of students, that is also a problem. And you want to, in other words, we're talking about a class that is content centered. You know, the business of the teacher is to say, well, I'm going to tick all the boxes. The university administration is asking me to prepare an online course. So you students, here's the syllabus, here's an assignment, here are the rules. Here are some materials that I'd like you to do, and here are the assignments that you want to do. And so it is content-centered in some ways. It is also teacher-fronted, in that the teacher has prepared a syllabus or has prepared a course or a lesson plan that works for them. The aim of the teacher's aim is to create a lesson that takes them from 9, like I'm doing now, from 4:30 or from 4:40 till 5:10, and I have designed something to do for every one of these, and I'm filling my time. I am furnishing your time with what I want to do, without interacting with you and without asking you what it is that you feel or how it is that we can improve upon this. So also, you want to think about this in terms of what is called a learning plan or a lesson plan. A lesson plan is, if you like, something that is done in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, and that's where a teacher thinks about the terminal performance objectives that they want to fulfill, and then the learning outcomes, and then it starts like this and it ends like this. When we talk about a learning episode or a learning plan, we are saying that this is that this is a plan that is student-centered primarily. But of course, you know, these are things that are easier said than done. We talk about them. These are nice slogans that we like to carry, but it behooves upon us really to make sure that our students are having that kind of experience. Traditional online learning or even face-to-face learning is one that is test-driven. So I'm going to give you all of this material. I'm going to give you the lectures. Here are the videos that I want you to watch. Here's what I want you to do. And then you're going to give me something and I'm going to assess you. I'm going to decide whether or not you make the grade, whether or not you're going to pass or not. I think there's something else that is not necessarily characteristic of online learning or even face-to-face learning, which is that at least I'm an American citizen, but I'm a native of Tunisia. In Tunisia, the schools are so competitive. Students in some areas, you know, they can just reach suicide points. They can easily reach depression, and because they are in the business of competing with other students all the time. And this creates a poisonous atmosphere. But we are guilty of that too. We as parents are also guilty of that, because we take our students, we want them to take these classes. We want them to go to the most rigorous teacher. We take them to private, we give them private tuition. We pay all the money that we have because we want our students to be the best. And I'm not saying that there is anything wrong with being the best. Please don't misunderstand me. I also want to be the best, and you want to be the best. This is legitimate. But when it reaches a point where as human beings, we are some of our humanity has been taken away from us because we have to compete day and night, and I have to remain and to burn the midnight oil, work until 12 midnight or more, and then wake up at 6 in the morning. Then that competitive atmosphere is not something that works well. And we want students to learn as a group. This is a point that I will come to later on. Another thing that characterizes what I call traditional online learning, or online learning, it is, as it is very often experienced, is PowerPoint, what people call death by PowerPoint. You know, I kill you with PowerPoints. I send you one. And I've been recently reading a dissertation by a graduate student here. And she was, the student, one of the interviews was complaining that the teacher said, okay, was doing the presentation and blah, blah, blah. And then next slide, and this says next slide, and moves on, next slide, and next slide. And do you have any questions? No, there are no questions. So let's proceed. And life goes on like this, you know. So it is a very frustrating experience. Learners may actually drop out because professors and teachers are not designing the best experience for them. Learners complain about learning materials, and they are not happy with the buttons that they are used in the learning management system. The menu that they see is confusing and is not intuitive. It's like saying, hey, I am a professor, I am in charge, I will teach my course, I will test you. Some of you will pass, some of you will not pass, but who gives a damn, you know? Nobody, who cares? You know, so what? If you don't pass, you can, but under universal design for learning, you know, and we talked about this universal design, which is a field, which is in architecture, about making things accessible to all people, young, old, elderly, short-sighted, whatever. When we also think about learning and think about the learner experience as being one that is driven by what is called universal design for learning, it will be our responsibility as teachers to think about, to design materials in such a manner that all students are taken into account and no student is left behind. And here comes then UX research to improve the online learning experiences for students. So that's the sense in which this is a savior, if you like. So UX, these are some of the values of UX design. First of all, the main thing is that it has to be instrumental. Instrumental is something that it's like a test. It has to do what it's supposed to do. It has to be valid. If the test is saying that I am going to test the student's ability to communicate on complex issues, and the test does not do that, then the test is not valid and the test is not instrumental. So UX design is about being instrumental, making sure what it is of when we apply it to online learning, that it does what it sets out to do. But secondly, and more importantly, it has to have beauty. It has to have, and beauty is actually something that satisfies a general need, a human need. We should not think about, we should think about it as an end in itself and not just a means. Some people talk about design for emotion, and I think a number of people in this conference, the International Conference on Foreign Language Learning and Applied Linguistics, in this very conference, have talked about the value of emotion. And some people actually have even coined the word phonology, something coming from fun. So fun is a science, how to make fun, how to make people enjoy themselves. And so the concept of aesthetics, the concept of the other concept of community-based learning, those are really at the very center of learning. If online learning is not community-based, then there is something about it that is debasing, something about it that takes away from the experience. I'm now going to read all of these adjectives that you see over here, and those adjectives are part of what user experience design includes or should include, in my mind. And I'm not saying anything new, really. I mean, we always agree that there should be quality, that it should be a safe system. There should be a pleasurable component to this. Students must be satisfied. In the same manner we talk about customer satisfaction, we should talk about student satisfaction as well. We should be able to enjoy this, and we will create engaging activities. It has to be empathy. And most of all, in an online, you may think of traditional or poorly organized, poorly designed online learning situations as being situations where there is no help. In such cases, when you have a student who is grappling to find an answer to a question, or who does not know how to submit, or who does not know where the email system is, or who cannot post something on the blackboard, or who does not do what it takes to be able to be part of a breakout room. When we do not provide help for this student, we are really losing that student, and we're doing injustice to that student. So that involves the concept of social presence, that the teacher is there and should be there all the time to answer his or her or other pronouns, his or her student questions. The system should be intuitive, and there should be, most importantly, a community feeling. Students should feel that they belong to a community. And I will say a little bit more about this. So it has to be inclusive. It includes all people of all ability ranges, of all ranges, diverse students, international students, students who are lagging behind in terms of their proficiency, in terms of their understanding. And you really want to make sure that there is a high level of participation on the part of all. Participation through the interactive exercises that you design, and through the collaborative activities that, if short of this, you are not really designing a course that can be called a user experience driven course. Okay, let me now go to this final, I think the one but last. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time, but let's talk a little bit about the contours of this theory of learner experience. So, if you like, we're now moving from user experience to learner experience. It is a very, very limited measure of domesticating the field and saying that it's now our field. We are not actually borrowing it, or we're borrowing, but we're making it our own. It's like when you copy how to create a car, or to create a bus, or how to create a rocket, and then you copy it, you simulate it initially, and then you start adding things to it that are your own. So you have mastered the system. So I'm saying that here we would like to be able to say that user experience is no alien to learner, to online learning, and we want to think about learner experience design. So first thing that we need to understand is that learner experience is not an endeavor that you engage in solo. It's the responsibility of many people who are engaged in the learner experience. Let me just be more specific. I mean, it's not just for the teacher to create good learning experiences. It's also the technology. The people who create Canvas, and who create Moodle, who create a companion, who create different kinds of learning management systems. Those are also, they are under the obligation of being members of this collective effort of making a good user experience design. So technology people, the teachers, the administration themselves, the administration itself. I mean, the administration should have some guidelines on how to make it legal that all students in this space, which is online space, also have a good life, and that they learn, and that they enjoy themselves, and that they are taken into account, and that they accomplish the learning goals set for them. I would like to add also here that there is another component of this, which is that we very often think of this as only for the teachers and the technologists, but also students should be trained into the idea that it is their obligation to work toward creating that kind of atmosphere. Here is the test of success for me. and I realize how difficult it is to create a community in online learning, and it often ends up as a very lonely experience, because students are going to be, one guy is going to be in Mozambique, another guy is going to be in Latvia, another guy is going to be in Mexico, another guy is going to be in Italy, and these people don't know each other. The test of success for me is when you, as the instructor, together with all the other parties that we've talked about, are capable of turning this cohort of students into a community of learners. If you like, I can give you I will borrow the image from somebody else, which is that class starts as a series of atoms. The students are a series of atoms. They are here and here and here, and they're not connected. They don't know each other. They don't know each other's first names or last names. They have no connections with each other. At the end of the course, or at some point along the development of the course, you as a teacher should be able to make these students feel as though they were a community. And that goes through optimizing their experience, through making it more like an empathetic, human-centered experience. You have to give them opportunities to participate not just in the lesson, but also in the design. You could ask them what it is that they like to see, that you like to see improved in the design. And for me, this harks back to the theory of constructivism. And in the theory of constructivism, we've always said that learning is socially mediated. It's about building a community. It's about the presence of somebody who knows a little bit more than the others, so that they can help them hoist their level and go beyond their current zone of learning to a new zone through scaffolding. So this is constructivism, but we have to be able to migrate that concept into technology, and into a situation where I'm like this and I'm talking to you. And in the end, I would hope, but this is not going to happen, I would hope that we all know each other very well and that we can work together. And this is pretty, and the concept or the theory of, there is such a thing as the theory of connectivism, and which says that knowledge is in the network, and that the network is a number of people who are networked online, who probably don't know each other in person, but they can draw easily and freely into each other's resources, and they are there for each other. Okay, I would like to end, Dr. Akbarov, how much time will you still allow? I have a conclusion that
Yeah, we almost finished, but you may have a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think I will just say my conclusion, but I may not have the time to. What I wanted to do in these last 10 minutes, but apparently I'm not going to be able to, thanks to the generosity in large measure of Dr. Akbarov. What I wanted to do is to create what is called an experiment in participatory design. Participatory design is about enabling learners to express their views on what their ideal program would look like, and what it should include, how it should be structured, and what action items are needed for this. I would have liked to divide all this team, all the attendants here into two teams, and each team is going to operate along the principles that I've talked about today, that include the inclusivity, the interaction, participation, collaboration, online community, whatever. And so the first team's job would be to think about specific online courses that you have had or that you have given. And I'd like you to tell me in what ways these experiences of online learning that you have had or that you have given actually match the UX design that we have talked about today. So just 2 instances. So maybe we can do this as we do the general the general Q&A. The other team would be asked to think about a wish list of applications, activities, and activities that they would like to see added to their experiences in online learning. So one team will say, I took online courses and I've seen these two activities and they look very much like UX design or learner experience design. And the other team will say, well, there are certain things that I have not seen. There are certain things that I would like to see added to the experience. But that we may leave that to the general Q&A. Again, I really want to thank everybody in attendance, and I want to thank the university, the Oregon State University, Professor Azamat Akbarov, Professor Rayma Al-Jorf from Saudi Arabia, who introduced me to this beautiful, wonderful team. I really want to thank you for the opportunity of being with you this morning. You guys have a good day. Thank you.
Really appreciate Dr. Ali. I mean, it's amazing, and it's all about technology, and this is what's the next step, how the fun, amusement, entertainment should be integrated within the curriculum, within the teaching process, because the way how we were exposed to teaching, like let's say 20, 30 years back, it's completely different right now. And that's the main dilemma, that's the main gap between the teaching staff and the technology, because those the generations Z or X, whatever you may call them, we call them digital natives. And we are, as teachers, we are the digital immigrants. So there is a huge gap between those natives and immigrants, because of that, sometimes the classes are very boring, and the learners, they would like to skip the classes due to many external factors, even though you can have a very good competence on your subject. But the case is when those people are very exposed to the devices, and they are spending even like 85% of their time online and for shopping, buying, whatever, and very well functioning with all these devices. Once they enter the classroom, and this dilemma, paradox happens. So your topic is, it's a very actual and very, what I say, it's a demanded one, and there's a high anxiety among the teachers because they're afraid of using technological tools. And sometimes they talk about technology. Actually, they say that this is the important part of the teaching, but everything just stays behind the door once they enter the classroom. And this COVID and pandemic, according to UNESCO, this is another biggest problem after the poverty, because it created a huge gap between those who had a good online experience and those who suffered a lot. So I think you are the great motivator, and you are the great inspirational source for that. And I was really pleased, I mean, to listen to you. If there's any questions, guys, or comments, please feel free.
If I may, Dr.
Yes,
Akbarov,
yes.
if I may, I would like to ask a question to the lady who spoke before me. Yes, our colleague Theodora, right? Sorry. Yes, Theodora, you talked about the emergence of the pronoun, the gendered pronoun system, and I want to ask a question that is a little bit tangential to this. And Dr. Akbarov just actually alluded to this. Well, I begin with the image of us being digital immigrants, and the students, the younger generations, the C generation, so-called G generation, are the digital natives. Now, I'm transporting all of this, I'm migrating all of this to the field of learning. And I want us to think about us and think about all of us, really, all of us who were born many years ago and maybe into the last 20 years as being immigrants into the new system of pronoun references and the transformation that it is causing. There are consequences for this. And I say this question is tangential because it's about the difficulty we, as people who have been born and bred at most in the he and she system and at best in he, she, and they, just to talk about everybody else. But now the learning burden that is imposed upon me to learn all of those pronouns, I think is huge. And also, I want to ask whether there is something in the syllabus, whether the syllabi are being changed now as a result, so that they are sensitive to, or that they include information or about this chain. So I'm talking basically about the difficulty of migration for us from using a system which was just 2 or 3 tiered to one where, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take me to learn those pronouns, if I ever will.
Well, I personally do have we all in the academia, we all have the freedom to design our curriculum as we see fit. Right. I mean, I teach semantics. I have been teaching semantics for 15 years, as I said before, maybe even more. To this date, I don't have a published course, particularly because every year I need to change something. And every year I come up with examples that are up to date. But in my, I do make room for all these changes in the syllabus for my class in semantics in particular, because as I said, I have this functional approach in a way to semantics. Well, I don't know if other teachers do the same. I know that in particular the teachers who deal with intercultural issues. So some of my colleagues at university who teach, for example, intercultural transfer or anything related to cultural mediation, they do change their curriculum accordingly in order to incorporate, in order to make room for all these changes that are contemporary. Language is actually an active, is a living being. It is constantly changing, and we need to acknowledge that. And we do have to navigate through the I don't know, current waters of discourses in nowadays world. The problem remains still, and this is something that still remains as a sensitive issue. Are we going to be forced to use these pronouns if we don't know them, as you said, if we cannot learn them? Because it just might be, as you said, we are immigrants. A lot of immigrants don't get to learn the language by their death. I mean, I've known immigrants who still have trouble speaking the host language or somehow getting integrated within the host culture. So what happens then? Are we really liable to lose our jobs or to, I don't know, be publicly ostracized? So I think we should, I think it is all right to include in the teaching process all these things, because they exist. We cannot avoid them. We cannot ignore them. The problem is when we might be forced to use them or to face some consequences if we don't. So yeah, that's my.
Have you
that's-
seen any textbooks that actually contains these pronouns?
No.
Any English language textbook?
No, no, no. No, I'm just doing it in my class. But as I said, I don't have as yet a published course, because I am sure that if I do it now, next year, it will be obsolete.
Okay, guys, any other comments? So, good, very nice, and it's amazing. So now we have a very short closing ceremony, virtual closing ceremony. So I'm happy that this is the end of the FLTL conference, and you made a history. Just yesterday morning, 10 a.m. by Tashkent time, and maybe it was early morning, like 1 or 2 a.m. in the US. And we started the conference just yesterday, and it was a long marathon, long run, and we finished by 6 p.m. yesterday. And today, again, we resumed the conference the second day, and now we are coming to the end. And now it's a closing ceremony. It's my great honor, and I'm very gratitude. And I'm expressing my thankfulness to all of you guys. Despite a very busy schedule, you accepted the invitation, and you became the part of this FLTL conference. It's a long-term project. So 12 years ago, I started this project in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Theodora was the first participant of that conference. And now it's a 12th, and Professor Ray Maljarf, she's a champion, attending 10 FLTL conferences, and even one in Tashkent, in Sarajevo, in Almaty, actually, yeah, Astana. She's amazing. And thanks to this conference, I came to know Miss Sauda, even though she's from my country, just next door in Tashkent. Yeah, and now we became a friend, and I'm very thankful for her committed, dedicated approach to this conference and being one of the plenary speakers. And today we have a very super dominant Romanian group, Alba Iulia group. And I'm very thankful to Francis Horvat and to this white puppy as well, and to Gabriela, and of course to Dr. Theodora, my close friend. And of course, it's my great honor to know personally Dr. Christiane Sabieh from Lebanon. Yesterday, she was a very inspiring and motivating and energetic presentation. She really fit the topic of the conference. I'm really thankful. And of course, Oregon State University, I mean, is a host for this year. And these guys—
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Christine. And Oregon State University, they did a great job. I mean, offering their platform, the Zoom services and all this stuff to host the event. They had an enormous job yesterday and today on behalf of the Oregon University. And I want to say a special thank to Rector of University, Dr. Bahram Abdullayev as well. And we have here Aybek, Dr. Aybek Kalandarov. He's a person in charge for this conference on behalf of Oregon State University. And I want to say a special thanks to him also. You did a great job, really appreciate it. And right now I can see the icons, like the names like Nodira Kazakova. I think she's from Oregon State University. She presented very nice paper yesterday. Dilbar Hajiba, I can see Mahlu Habibullaeva. And yes, and of course, our last speaker from US, Dr. Ali Radao, I mean, amazing, a very in-depth analysis of online technology, online education, a great expert. I think We need to have, it's the end of the day in Uzbekistan, so I wish that I can join you in the early morning in the US to have a very clear and very fresh mind to understand actually everything till the end. But it was amazing, really appreciate. This is all from my side. If you have anything to say, please.
I want to say something in the end. Being my first abroad international conference, it won't be only in my mind, but it will be in my heart. So a big thank you for everything. Well organized, very nice presentation, and quality people. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, it's so sad. I mean, it's like, you know, when you are finishing the World Cup or Olympic Games and the closing ceremony, the mascot is flying and everyone is cheering and crying, etc. So yeah, I mean, so sad. I mean, to say goodbye to you guys.
Can I
Please.
speak?
Yes, yes.
I also would like to thank to the organizers of this conference, especially to Mr. Azamat Akbarov.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yes, guys. So let's say good wishes to each other, and I hope I will see you next year. Please, looking forward for the 13th FLTL conference from the US up to New Zealand. It's a huge distance. See you guys. All the best to you.